Phaedo by Plato, Echecrates, Phaedo Echecrates, you yourself, Phaedo, were you present with Socrates on that day when he drank the potion in the prison, or did you hear from somebody else? Phaedo, myself, Echecrates. Echecrates, well, so what is it the man said before his death? And how did he meet his end? It'd be a pleasure for me to hear. For none of our fellow citizens from Phlia even visits Athens at all nowadays, nor has any stranger arrived from there in a long time who could report anything sure to us about it, except, of course, that he drank the potion and died, but as for the rest, he was able to tell us nothing. Phaedo, then you didn't even find out about the way the trial went? Echecrates, yes, somebody did report that to us, and we kept wondering why, when the trial took place so long before, he apparently died so much later. So why was that, Phaedo? Phaedo, a bit of chance came to his aid, Echecrates. For by chance the prow of the vessel that the Athenians sent to Delos was crowned on the day before the trial. Echecrates, now what vessel's that? Phaedo, this, as the Athenians say, is the vessel in which Theseus once went off leading those twice seven to Crete, and both saved them and himself was saved. So, it is said, the Athenians at that time made a vow to Apollo that if they were saved, an embassy. Presentations of Socrates' trial for impiety and corruption of the young are to be found in Plato's Apology and Xenophon's work of the same name. For the significance of this myth, see Introduction, pp. 2-0. By the myth itself, see Plutarch's Life of Theseus. 27 would be dispatched to Delos every year, which always and still now, from that year and every year, they send to the god. Now once they've begun the embassy, it's their custom to keep the city pure during that time and to execute no one publicly until the vessel has arrived in Delos and come back here. And sometimes that takes a long time, when by chance the winds keep them back. The beginning of the embassy is the moment when the priest of Apollo crowns the prow of the vessel. And this happened by chance, as Jay say, on the day before the trial took place. For this reason Socrates spent a long time in prison, the time between the trial and his death. Echecrates, well, what were the circumstances of the death itself, Phaedo? What things were said and done? And which of the man's companions were present with him? Or did the officials not allow them to be present, so that he met his end bereft of friends? Phaedo, not at all, but some were present, in fact many. Echecrates, well, put your heart into giving us as sure a report as you can about all these things, unless you happen not to be at leisure. Phaedo, but I am at leisure, and I'll try to go through it for you. For to remember Socrates is ever the most pleasant of all things, at least for me, whether I myself do the speaking or listen to somebody else. Echecrates, but, Phaedo, you'll certainly have for listeners others who are just like you. So try to go through everything as precisely as you can. Phaedo, for my part, wondrous were the things I experienced when I was present. For no pity overcame me, even though I was present at the death of a man who was my companion. For the man appeared to me to be happy, Echecrates, both in his manner and his words, so fearlessly and nobly did he meet his end, so that it came home to me that that fellow wasn't going to Hades without divine warrant, but would, if anybody ever did, do well when he arrived there. For these reasons no pity at all overcame me, as would have seemed likely for one in the presence of sorrow. Nor again, was there pleasure in our being engaged as usual in philosophy, for our speech was in fact of this sort. Instead, as I realized deep down that very soon that man was about to Delos is an island in the Aegean Sea that contains a sanctuary of Apollo. Theseus is said to have stopped there for a dance of celebration on the way back from Crete, meet his end. A simply absurd feeling was present in me, an unusual blend, blended together from pleasure and from pain too. And all who were present were pretty much in this condition, sometimes laughing, sometimes weeping, and one of us especially, Apollodorus. I suppose you know the man and the way he is. Echecrates, why, of course. Phaedo, well then, that fellow was utterly in this condition, and I myself was shaken up along with the others. Echecrates, and who, Phaedo, happened to be present? Phaedo, among the locals, this Apollodorus was present, and also Critobulus and his father, and then there was Hermogenes and Epigenes and Aeschines and Antisthenes. Ctesippus the Paeonian was also there, and Menexenus and some other locals. But Plato was sick, I think. Echecrates, and were there any strangers present? Phaedo, yes, Simmias the Theban and Cebes and Phedonides and, from Megara, Euclides and Terpsion. Echecrates, what about this? were Aristippus and Cleombrotus present? Phaedo, oh, no, they were said to be in Aegina. Echecrates, was anyone else present? Phaedo, I think these were pretty much the ones who were present. Echecrates, well then, what do you say were the arguments? Phaedo, I'll try to go through everything for you from the beginning. All throughout the days that preceded, I and the others had been in the habit of visiting Socrates, after gathering at dawn at the court in which the trial too had taken place. It was close to the prison. Each day we used to wait around, passing the time with one another, until the prison would open, for it didn't open early. And when it would open, we used to go in to be with Socrates and would mostly spend the whole day with him. Now on that day in particular we gathered even earlier. For on the day before, when we came out of the prison in the evening, we found out that the vessel had arrived from Delos. So we passed the word to each other to come as early as possible to the usual place. And so we came, and the same doorkeeper who usually answered, Anna, came out to us and told us to wait around, and not to go in until he himself told us to. For the 11, he said, releasing Socrates from his bonds and giving the word that he is to meet his end on this day. We hadn't waited for a long time when he came and told us to go in. So we went in and caught Socrates just freed from his bonds and Xanthippe, you know her, holding his little boy and seated beside him. Now when Xanthippe saw us, she cried out and then said just the sort of thing women usually say, Socrates, now's the last time your companions will talk to you and you to them. And Socrates gave Crito a look and said, Crito, have somebody take her home. So some of Crito's people took that woman away, wailing and beating her breast, while Socrates sat up on the bed, bent his leg and gave it a good rub with his hand. And as he was rubbing it, he said, how absurd a thing this seems to be, gentlemen, which human beings call pleasant. How wondrously related it is by nature to its seeming contrary, the painful, in that they are not both willing to be present with a human being at the same time. But if somebody chases the one and catches it, he's pretty much compelled always to catch the other one too, just as if the pair of them, although they, too, were fastened by one head. And it seems to me, he said, that if Aesop had noticed this, he would have composed a story, telling how the god wanted to reconcile them in their war with each other. But when he wasn't able to do that, he fastened their heads together at the same point, and for that reason, when the one's present with somebody, its other follows along later. That's just how it seems in my own case too. After the aching was in my leg from the bond, here comes the pleasant, appearing to follow right after it. Then Cebes broke in. By Zeus, Socrates, he said, you did well to remind me. In fact, some others have already been asking me about the poems you've made, the accounts of Aesop and the hymn to Apollo that you set to verse. And just the other day Evenus was asking what in the world you had in mind in making these verses after you came here. when before this you never made any at all. Degree. So if you care about my being able to answer Evanus the next time he asks me, and I know for sure that he will ask, tell me what I should say. Then tell him the truth, Cebes, he said, that I didn't make these verses because I wanted to rival that fellow, or his poems. The 11 were the officials in charge of prisons and executions. Evanus, who was visiting Athens from Poros at the time of Socrates' trial, was both a sophist, that is, a paid teacher of virtue, and a poet. He is mentioned by in artistry. I knew that wouldn't be easy, but to test what certain dreams of mine might be saying and to acquit myself of any impiety, just in case they might be repeatedly commanding me to make this music. Here's how they went. The same dream visited me often in my past life, appearing sometimes in one aspect and sometimes in another, but always saying the same thing. Socrates, it said, make music and work at it. Now, at least in former times, I assumed that it was exhorting me and urging me on repeatedly to the very thing I was doing, and that just as people encourage runners, the dream kept urging me on to do what I was doing, to make music, since philosophy, in my view, is the greatest music, and that's just what I was doing. But now, once the trial had taken place and while the festival of the god prevented me from dying, it seemed that if the dream had indeed often ordered me to make this popular music, I shouldn't disobey but should make it, for it seemed safer not to go away before acquitting myself of any impiety by making poems and obeying the dream. So first I made a poem to the god whose day of sacrifice was at hand. And taking note that a poet, if he's to be a poet, has to make stories, not arguments, and that I myself was not a storyteller, therefore after the god I turned to the stories of Aesop, the ones I had at hand and knew, whichever I chanced on first, and made them into poetry. So tell Evanus this, Cebes, and bid him farewell, and tell him, if he's sound-minded, to follow me as quickly as possible. I'm going away, as it seems, today, for the Athenians so order it. And Simmias said, how can you exhort Evanus in this way, Socrates? By now I've met the man often. It's pretty certain, from what I've perceived, that he won't be willing to be persuaded by you in any way whatsoever. What? Said he. Isn't Evanus a philosopher? To me at least he seems to be one, said Simmias. Well then, Evanus and everybody who takes a worthy part in this business will be willing to take my advice. Though perhaps he won't do violence to himself, they say it isn't lawful. And with these words, he put his feet down on the earth and for the rest of the time conversed sitting in this way. Then Cebes asked him, what are you saying, Socrates? It isn't lawful for him to do violence to himself, but the philosopher should be willing to follow after somebody who's dying. What, Cebes? Haven't both you and Simmias heard about such things, you who've spent time with Philolaus? At any rate, nothing sure, Socrates. Now certainly I too speak of them only from hearsay. What I happen to have heard, however, I don't begrudge telling. For perhaps it's especially fitting for somebody who's about to emigrate to that place to examine and also to tell stories about the emigration there, what sort of thing we think it is. For what else would one do in the time until the setting of the sun? On whatever grounds, then, do they say that it's not lawful for somebody to kill himself, Socrates? For I've already heard Philolaus too, when he was staying among us, say what you said just now, and I've heard it from some others as well. One must not do this, but I've never heard anything sure about these things from anyone. But you should take heart, he said, maybe you'll hear something. And yet, it will perhaps appear wondrous to you, if this case alone among all the others is simple, if it never turns out for humankind, as it does in other cases, that sometimes and for some men it's better to be dead than alive, and in the case of these human beings for whom it's better to be dead, perhaps it appears wondrous to you that it isn't pious for them to do themselves good, but instead they must wait around for another benefactor. And Cebes, with a gentle laugh, said, "Don't Zeus know it," speaking in his own dialect. For it would seem, said Socrates, to be unaccountable if put this way. And yet just maybe it does have an account. The account that's given about these things in the mysteries, that we humans are in a sort of garrison and one is bound not to release oneself from it nor to run off, appears to me to be a grand one and not easy to make out. And yet this, at any rate, seems to me to be well put. Cebes, the gods care for us, and we humans are one of the gods' possessions. Or doesn't it seem so to you? To me it does, said Cebes. Now if one of your possessions were to kill itself, when you didn't signal that you wished it to die, he said, wouldn't you be harsh with it, and if you had some means of punishing it, wouldn't you? Well then, perhaps in this way it's not unaccountable that a man's bound not to kill himself before God sends some necessity, like the one that's now upon us. At least that appears likely, said Cebes. And yet, what you were saying just now, that the philosophers would be ready and willing to die, seems like an absurdity, Socrates, if in fact what we were now saying is reasonable, that God is our caretaker and we are his possessions. For it's not reasonable for the most thoughtful men not to make a fuss when they leave behind this position of service, in which the very best overseers there are, the gods, watch over them. For at least the thoughtful man does not, I suppose, imagine that he'll take better care of himself once he's become free. But a mindless human being would perhaps imagine that one must flee from one's master. He wouldn't reason that one must not flee from one's master, at least a good one, but all the more remain with him, and hence he'd flee irrationally. But the mindful man would, I suppose, always desire to be with somebody better than himself. And yet, put this way, the contrary of what was said just now is likely, that it's fitting for the thoughtful to make a fuss when they die and for the thoughtless to rejoice. When Socrates heard this, it seemed to me he was pleased with Cebes' down-to-business manner. And he glanced at us and said, "Boy, that Cebes is always tracking down some argument or other and isn't at all willing to be persuaded right off by what anybody says." And Simmias said, well, Socrates, right now I myself also think there's something to what Cebes is saying. For why would men who are truly wise want to flee from masters who are their betters and readily get free of them? And I think Cebes is aiming his argument at you, because you're so ready to abandon us and the gods, who, as you yourself agree, are good rulers. What you say is just, he said, for I think what you're both saying is that I should make my defense against these charges, just as in the law court. Certainly, said Simmias. Well then, said he, TD better try to give a more persuasive defense before you than I did before my judges. For if I didn't think, Simmias and Cebes, he said, that I was going to come, first of all, among other gods who are wise and good, and secondly among human beings who've met their end and are better than those here, I would have done injustice not to make a fuss about death. But as it is now, know well that I hope to arrive among good men. I wouldn't altogether insist on this, nevertheless, if there were any such thing I would insist on, know that it'd be this, that I was going to come among gods who are completely good masters. So for these reasons, not only am I not making a fuss, but I have high hopes that there's something for those who've met their end, and just as it's been said of old, something far better for the good than for the bad. So then, Socrates, said Simmias, you have a mind to go off and keep this thought to yourself, or would you give us a share of it too? To me at least this good surely seems to be a common one that belongs to us as well, and at the same time it will be your defense, if, that is, you persuade us by what you say. That's just what I'd try to do, he said. But first let's look into what Crito here wants. Seems to me he's been wanting to say something for a long time now. What else but this, Socrates, said Crito, that for a long time now the fellow who's to give you the potion has been telling me that I should warn you to converse as little as possible. He says people who do a lot of conversing get all heated up and that one mustn't interfere in any such way with the potion. He says if that does happen, sometimes those who do this sort of thing must be compelled to drink it twice and even 3 times. And Socrates said, let him be. Just have him prepare his potion and be ready to give it twice and, if he must, even 3 times. I pretty much knew you'd say that, said Crito, but he's been giving me trouble for a long time now. Let him be, he said. But now I want to render my account to you, my judges, to tell you why it appears reasonable to me that a man who's genuinely spent his life in philosophy is confident when he's about to die and has high hopes that when he's met his end, he'll win the greatest goods there. Just how all this could be so, Simmias and Cebes, I shall try to tell you. Others are apt to be unaware that those who happen to have gotten in touch with philosophy in the right way devote themselves to nothing else but dying and being dead. Now if this is true, surely it would be absurd if they put their heart into nothing but this all their life, and then, when it comes, they make a tuss about the very dung to which they had long given their hearts and their devotion. And Simmias said with a laugh, by Zeus, Socrates, Right now I'm not much for laughing, but you did make me laugh. For I think that the many, if they heard this very thing, would be of the opinion that you spoke all too well about those who philosophize. And the people back home would entirely agree with them that those who philosophize are genuinely ripe for death, and indeed they are not unaware that they deserve this plight. And they'd be speaking the truth, Simmias, except of course about their not being unaware. For they are unaware of this, in what way those who truly are philosophers are ripe for death, and in what way they are worthy of death, and of what sort of death. Let us then, he said, talk amongst ourselves and bid those others farewell. Do we consider that there's such a thing as death? Of course, said Simmias, breaking in. And is it anything but the freeing of the soul from the body? And is this what it means to have died, for the body to have become separate, once it's freed from the soul and is itself all by itself, and for the soul to be separate, once she's freed from the I-body and is herself all by herself? Death couldn't be anything other than this, could it? No, just that, he said. Now, my good man, see if your opinion is just the same as mine. For I think we'll know more about what we're looking into by beginning with this. Does it appear to you that being serious about the so-called pleasures, such as those of food and drink, goes with being a philosophical man? Least of all, Socrates, said Simmias. And what about the awe of love-making? No way. And what about any aha servicing of the body? Does such a man seem to you to regard any of them as worthy of honor? For instance, there's the attainment of diverse cloaks and sandals and the other, body-related beautifications. Does he seem to you to honor them? Or does he hold them in dishonor, except insofar as there's an urgent necessity for him to have his share of them? Seems to me he holds them in dishonor, he said, at least the one who's truly a philosopher. And in all, doesn't it seem to you, for he said, that the business it and keeps turned toward the soul as much as he can? Seems so to me. First then, in such matters, isn't the philosopher clearly beyond other human beings in releasing the soul from communion with the body as much as possible? Apparently. And certainly, Simmias, most human beings are of the opinion that the man for whom none of these things is pleasant and who doesn't have a share of them doesn't deserve to live. In fact, the man who thinks nothing of the pleasures that come through the body is pretty much headed for death. What you say is certainly true. And what about the very attainment of thoughtfulness? Is the body an impediment or not when somebody takes it along as a companion in his search? Here's the sort of thing I mean. Do sight and hearing possess any truth for human beings, or is it the case that we neither hear nor see anything precise, the sort of thing even the poets are always babbling about to us? And yet, if among the bodily senses seeing and hearing are neither precise nor clear, the rest scarcely are, for, I suppose, these are all inferior. Or don't they seem so to you? Certainly, he said. So when, said he, does the soul get in touch with truth? For when she attempts to look at something along with the body, it's clear that then she's deceived by it. What you say is true. Then isn't it in her act of reasoning, if anywhere, that something of the things that are becomes very clear to her? Yes, and I suppose the soul reasons most beautifully when none of these things gives her pain, neither hearing nor sight, nor grief nor any pleasure, when instead, bidding farewell to the body, she comes to be herself all by herself as much as possible, and when, doing everything she can to avoid communing with or even being in touch with the body, she strives for what is. That's so. Then here too, doesn't the soul of the philosopher, especially herself all by herself, apparently hold the body in dishonor and flee it and seek to become a soul free? And what about this sort of thing, Simmias? Do we claim that there is some just itself, or no such thing? We do claim it, by Zeus. And also some beautiful and good. Why, certainly. Well, ever see anything of that sort with your eyes? In no way, said he. But did you lay hold of them by any other sense that comes through the body? And I'm speaking about the being of all such things, about bigness and health and strength and, in a word, all the rest, whatever each happens to be. Is what's truest about them beheld through the body? Or does it work this way? He among us who best prepares himself to think through most precisely each thing he investigates, that man would come closest to recognizing each thing. Certainly. Then wouldn't that man do this most purely who approaches each thing as far as possible with thought itself, and who neither puts any sight into his thinking nor drags in any other sense along with his reasoning, but instead, using unadulterated thought itself all by itself, he attempts to hunt down each of the beings that's unadulterated and itself all by itself, and once he's freed himself as far as possible from eyes and ears and, so to speak, from his whole body, because it shakes the soul up and doesn't let her attain truth and thoughtfulness when the body communes with her, isn't this the man, Simmias, if anyone, who will hit upon what is? Extraordinary how truly you speak, Socrates, said Simmias. Therefore it's a necessity, he said, that for all these reasons the true-born philosophers would be won over to some such opinion as this, and so would say something like the following to one another: it looks like there's a shortcut that brings us to this conclusion, that as long as we have the body accompanying the argument in our investigation, and our soul is smushed together with this sort of evil, we'll never, ever sufficiently attain what we desire. And this, we affirm, is the truth. For the body deprives us of leisure on thousands of occasions through the necessity for food. And what's more, when it comes down with certain diseases, these get in the way of our hunt for what is. And it fills us up with erotic loves and with desires and terrors and all manner of images and lots of nonsense, so that because of the body it becomes truly and genuinely impossible, as the saying goes, for us to be thoughtful about anything at all ever. After all, Nothing other than the body and its desires produce wars and factions and battles, for all wars come about for the sake of getting money, and we're compelled to get money for the sake of the body, to whose service we're enslaved. And so, on account of this, the body, and for all these reasons, we have no leisure for philosophy. And the worst of it all is that if a bit of leisure does come along for us and we get away from the body and turn to investigating something, the body constantly turns up again and makes noise and trouble in our searchings and drives us crazy, so that because of it we're incapable of seeing the truth. And this is where it's really pointed out to us that if we're ever going to know anything purely, we've got to free ourselves from the body and behold things themselves with the soul herself. And then, as it seems, the thoughtfulness we desire and whose lovers we claim to be will be ours, when we've met our end and, as the argument shows, not while we're alive. For if it isn't possible to recognize anything at all purely when in company with the body, one of two things must follow. Either there's nowhere to attain knowing, or else it's only for those who've met their end, for then the soul will be herself all by herself separate from the body, but not before. And in the time we're alive, here's how we'll come closest, it seems, to knowing, if as much as possible we in no way consort with the body or commune with it, unless it's an absolute necessity, or fill ourselves up with its nature, but purify ourselves from it until the God himself shall release us. And when, in this way, we are pure and free of the thoughtlessness of the body, we shall, as is likely, be in the company of things that are pure as well and, through our own selves, shall recognize everything unadulterated. And this, no doubt, is the true. For it isn't at all lawful that the not pure should touch the pure. That's the sort of thing, Simmias, all who rightly love learning will, I think, necessarily say to each other and hold as an opinion. Or doesn't it seem so to you? More than anything, Socrates. Then, said Socrates, if these things are true, my comrade, there's great hope that when I arrive at the end of my journey, there, if indeed any were, I shall sufficiently attain what imposed on me is why the emigration which has now begun in good hope, and so it is for any other man who considers that his thinking has been prepared by being, as it were, purified. Certainly, said Simmias. And purification, doesn't it turn out to be this, as was said way back in the argument, isn't it separating the soul from the body as much as possible and habituating her to gather and collect herself all by herself out of all the sights of the body and to dwell as much as possible, both in the present and in the time to come, alone by herself, released from out of the body just as from bonds? Certainly, he said. Isn't this what goes by the name of death? The release and separation of soul from body? Altogether so, said he. And releasing her, as we claim, is what those and only those who feel as though rightly are always putting their heart into most of all, and this very thing is the care of the philosophers, the release and separation of soul from body. Isn't it? Apparently. Then wouldn't it be laughable, as I was saying in the beginning, for a man who'd been preparing himself in life to live as close as possible to being dead to make a fuss when death finally came to him? Why, certainly it's laughable. In fact, Simmias, he said, those who feel as though fires rightly make dying their care, and of human beings to them least of all is being dead terrifying. And look at it on these grounds, if they'd been at odds with the body in every way and desired to keep the soul herself all by herself, wouldn't it be great unreason if they were terrified and made a fuss when this happened, and weren't pleased to go there, where there was hope for those who'd arrived to get what they'd been in love with throughout life, and they were in love with thoughtfulness, and to be free of the company of that with which they'd been at odds? Again, many people have been willing to pursue their human loves to Hades when they've died, their boyfriends, wives, and sons, led by Phe and mope that they'll see and be together. There were those they asked that were the wastes they thought would tavern a raret thought of pain, and who's taken a firm hold of this same hope that nowhere else but in Hades will he encounter it in a manner worth speaking of, make a fuss about dying and not be pleased to go there. We must suppose this is so, my comrade, whenever somebody's a genuine philosopher. For this will definitely be his opinion, he'll encounter thoughtfulness purely nowhere but there. If this is how things stand, wouldn't it be great unreason, as I was just saying, if such a man should be terrified at death? Very great, by Zeus, said he. Then, he said, this is sufficient proof for you that any man you see making a fuss at the prospect of dying was not a lover of wisdom but a lover of the body. And I suppose this same man turns out to be a lover of money and a lover of honor, of either one of them or of both. Is certainly as you say, he said. Then isn't it the case, Simmias, that what goes by the name of courage especially befits those in this condition? In every way, he said. Then also, the moderation that even the many name moderation, not being all aflutter about desires but making little of them and being orderly, doesn't that befit these men alone, men who especially make little of the body and live their lives in philosophy? It's a necessity, he said. For if you're willing, said he, to take note of the courage as well as the moderation of other men, it'll seem to you to be absurd. Flow so, Socrates. You know, said he, that all other men regard death as among the great evils. Very much so, he said. Then don't the courageous among them, whenever they face death, face it through terror at greater evils? That's so. Therefore all but the philosophers are courageous by fearing and by fear. And yet it's certainly unreasonable for somebody to be courageous by fear and cowardice. And what about the orderly ones among them? Aren't they affected in this same way? They are moderate by a sort of self-indulgence. To be sure, we say this is impossible, but nevertheless what characterizes this simple-minded moderation turns out for them to be like that. For since they are terrified of being robbed of some pleasures and yet desire them, they keep away from some through being mastered by others. And yet they call being ruled by pleasures self-indulgence. Nevertheless, as it turns out, they master some pleasures only because they are mastered by other pleasures. And this is similar to what I was saying just now, that they've been, after a fashion, moderated by self-indulgence. So it seems. Bless you, Simmias, maybe this isn't the right way of making exchanges for virtue, by exchanging pleasures for pleasures and pains for pains and terror for terror and the greater for the less, as if they were coins, but maybe this alone is the right coin for virtue, the coin for which all things must be exchanged, thoughtfulness. Maybe this is the genuine coin for which and with which all things must be bought and sold, and maybe courage and moderation and justice and true virtue as a whole are only when accompanied by thoughtfulness, regardless of whether pleasures and terrors and all other such things are added or subtracted. But when such things are separated from thoughtfulness and are exchanged one for the other, maybe such virtue isn't anything but a kind of shadow painting and is genuinely suited only for slaves and has nothing in it either healthy or true, but maybe the true and genuine virtue is a sort of purification from all these things, and maybe moderation and justice and courage and thoughtfulness itself are nothing but a kind of purifier. And it looks as if these people who instituted our mystic rites weren't a bunch of bunglers but spoke with a genuine hidden meaning when they said long ago that whoever arrives in Hades ignorant of the mysteries and uninitiated will lie in muck, but that he who arrives there purified and initiated will dwell with gods. For as they say about the mysteries, many the wand-bearers, but the celebrants few. And these celebrants are in my opinion none other than those who've philosophized rightly. Now I too, as one of them, have left nothing undone in my life that was in my power, but have put my heart into becoming one of them in every way. But whether I've put my heart into it rightly and whether we've accomplished anything, we shall know for sure, as it seems to me, only when we've gone there, in just a little while, if God is willing. So then, Simmias and Sebes, he said, that's my defense of why it's reasonable for me to leave you and the masters I've got here without taking it hard or making a fuss, because I believe that there too, no less than here, I shall meet up with good masters and good comrades as well. If I've been at all more persuasive to you in my defense than I was to the Athenian judges, it would be well. Now when Socrates had said all this, Sebes broke in and said, Socrates, the rest seems to me to have been beautifully put, but what you said about the soul induces a lot of distrust in human beings. They fear that the soul, once she's free of the body, is no longer anywhere and is destroyed and perishes on that very day when a human being dies, and that as soon as she's free of the body and departs, then, scattered like breath or smoke, she goes fluttering off and is no longer anywhere. Of course, if she should be somewhere, herself all by herself, collected together and freed from those evils you went through just now, there'd be a great hope, a beautiful hope, that what you say, Socrates, is true. But this point, that the soul is when the human being dies and holds on to both some power and thoughtfulness, probably stands in need of more than a little persuasive talk and assurance. What you say is true, Sebes, said Socrates, but now what should we do? Or do you want us to tell a more thorough story about these things to see whether what we're saying is likely or not? For my part, said Sebes, it'd be a pleasure to hear whatever opinion you have about them. I can't imagine then, said Socrates, that anyone hearing us now, even if he were a comic poet, would say that I jabber and make speeches about matters that aren't my business. Degree. So if you agree of this opinion, we should investigate the matter thoroughly. And let's investigate it in some such way as this: either the souls of human beings who've met their end are in Hades or they are not. Now there's a certain ancient account, one that we hold in memory, that souls are there having arrived from here, and that they arrive here again and come to be from the dead. And if this is so, and the living come to be again out of those who've died, could anything else be the case but that our souls are there? If they weren't somewhere, they couldn't come to be. Socrates turns up in Aristophanes' comedy The Clouds as the proprietor of a thinker, where, suspended in a basket, he teaches his criminals to worship in clouds and to make the worse argument seem the better. Socrates had alluded to this play in his trial in the Apology. Again, and it'd be sufficient proof that this is so, if it should in fact become clear that the living come to be from nowhere else but from the dead. But if this isn't so, we'd need another account. Certainly, said Cebes. Now if you want to understand this more easily, don't look only to human beings, said he, but also to all animals and plants. And in sum, let's take a look at all things that have a becoming, whether they all, as contraries, come to be from anywhere else but from their contraries, at least those that happen to have some such contrary. For example, what's beautiful is contrary to what's ugly, I suppose, and what's just to what's unjust, and surely thousands of other things are like that. So let's investigate whether it's necessary for whatever has some contrary to come to be from nowhere else but from its own contrary. For example, whenever something comes to be bigger, isn't it a necessity that it become bigger later from something that was littler before? Yes. And also if something comes to be littler, won't it come to be littler later from something that was bigger before? That's so, he said. And further, the weaker comes from the stronger, and the quicker from the slower. Of course. What about this? If something comes to be worse, doesn't it come from what's better, and if more just, from what's more unjust? Certainly. Well then, he said, do we have the matter well enough in hand? All contrary things come to be in this way, from contraries. Of course. And again, what about this? Aren't there, in the case of all contraries, since they come in pairs, something like two becomings between them, from one to the other, and, again, from the other back to the first? Between a bigger and a littler thing isn't there growth and decay, and so we call the one growing and the other decaying? Yes, he said. And separating and combining and cooling and heating and, apparently, he surged, likewise everything else, even if here and there we don't make use of names, isn't it in fact everywhere necessary that they come to be from one another and that there's a becoming from each member of the pair to the other? Certainly, said he. Well then, he said, is there some contrary to being alive, as being asleep is to being awake? Certainly, he said. What? Being dead, he said. Then don't these come to be from one another, if in fact they are contraries, and because they are two, aren't there two becomings between them? Why, of course. Well then, Socrates said, I'll tell you one of the yoked pairs that I was speaking about just now, both it and its becomings, and you'll tell me the other. I say there's being asleep and being awake, and that being awake comes to be from being asleep and being asleep from being awake, and the becomings that go with these two are falling asleep and waking up. Is that sufficient for you, he said, or not? Certainly. Now you, he said, speak to me in just this way about life and death. Don't you say that being dead is contrary to being alive? I do. And they come to be from one another. Veg. X, then what's the thing that comes to be from the living thing? The dead thing, he said. And what, said he, from the dead one? It's necessary to agree, he said, the living thing. Therefore, Sebes, living things, living people too, come to be from the dead. Therefore, he said, our souls are in Hades. TT seems so. And doesn't one of the two becomings for these things happen to be a sure thing? For I take it dying is sure, isn't it? Certainly, he said. What'll we do, said he. Shall we fail to give it the corresponding becoming that's contrary to it, and will nature instead be lame in this respect? Or is it necessary to give to dying some contrary becoming? Entirely necessary, I suppose, he said. What is it? Returning to life. Therefore, said he, if in fact there is such a thing as returning to life, wouldn't this coming to be, this returning to life, be from the dead and into the living? Of course, so in this way too, we agree that the living have come to be from the dead no less than the dead from the living. And since this was the case, I suppose it seemed to be sufficient proof that it's necessary for the souls of the dead to be somewhere, whence they come to be again. Seems to me, Socrates, he said, that it's necessarily so, given what we've agreed on. Then look at it this way, Sebes, he said, and you'll see we did no injustice when we so agreed, as it seems to me, for if things that come to be didn't always make a return, each to its corresponding other, just as if they were going in a circle, but if instead becoming were a kind of straight line that proceeded only from one end to the directly opposite end and didn't bend back again towards its other or make any bend at all, do you know that all things would end up being in the same shape and would be affected in the same way and would stop coming to be? What do you mean? He said. This isn't at all hard, said he, to take note of what mean. For example, if there were falling asleep but no waking up again to correspond to and come to be from sleep, you know that all things would end up making nonsense of Endymion. He'd make a poor showing, since all other things would be affected the same way he was, they'd all be asleep. And if all things were combined, and not separated out, then the saying of Anaxagoras, all of a certain Endymion was an unusually beautiful boy, beloved by the moon and allowed to sleep forever, things together, would quickly have come about. And in the same way, my dear Sebes, if all things that partake of living were to die, and, when they died, the dead were to stay in that shape and not return to life, then wouldn't there be a great necessity for all things to end up dead and for nothing at all to be alive? For if the living were to come to be from anything other than the dead and the living were to die, what trick would there be to prevent all things from being utterly spent in death? Seems to me not a single one, Socrates, said Cebes, but in my opinion what you say is altogether true. Most definitely so, Cebes, as it seems to me, he said, and we're not deceived in agreeing to these very things. There genuinely is a returning to life, the living come to be from the dead, and the souls of the dead are. And besides, Socrates, Cebes rejoined, this also goes along with that other argument you're in the habit of making often, which, if it's true, says that our learning happens to be nothing other than recollection, and according to this argument, I suppose it's necessary that we've learned at some previous time what we now recollect. But this is impossible if our soul was not somewhere before being born in this human form here. So in this way too the soul seems to be something deathless. But Cebes, Simmias rejoined, what were the demonstrations for this? Remind me, I can't remember very well at present. There's one argument, said Cebes, a most beautiful one, when human beings are questioned, if somebody questions them well, they themselves tell everything as it is, although if knowledge and a right account didn't happen to be within them, they wouldn't have been able to do this. Further, you get the surest indication that this is so when you direct them to mathematical diagrams or something else of that sort. And if you're not persuaded by that, Simmias, said Socrates, see if you don't come to the same opinion when you look at it in this way. You distrust, don't you, the claim that what's called learning is recollection? It's not that I'm distrustful, said he, Simmias. But I need, he said, to undergo the very thing the account's about, recollecting. Though from what Cebes tried to say, I've already pretty nearly remembered and am persuaded. Still, I'd now like to hear how you were trying to put it. I was going to put it in this way, said he. We agree, I suppose, that if anybody is to recollect anything, he must have knowledge of it at some time before. Of course, he said. Then do we also agree on this, that whenever knowledge comes to be present in this way, there's recollection? What way do I mean? This, whenever somebody who's either seen or heard something, or has grasped it by some other sense, not only recognizes that thing but also takes note of another, the knowledge of which isn't the same but different, don't we justly say that he recollects that of which he grasped the notion? What do you mean? Something like this, knowledge of a human being and of a liar are different, I suppose. Why, of course. Don't you know, then, that lovers, when they see a lyre or cloak or anything else that their boyfriend was in the habit of using, are affected in this way? They recognize the lyre and they grasp in thought the form of the boy whose lyre it was. And that's recollection. Just so, somebody who's seen Simmias often recollects Cebes. And there'd be 1,000 such cases. 1,000, indeed, By Zeus, said Simmias. Now isn't that sort of thing, said he, a kind of recollection? Especially when somebody undergoes this concerning things which, from time and inattention, he'd already forgotten. Certainly, he said. What about this, said he. Is it possible for somebody who's seen a sketched horse or a sketched lyre to recollect a human being, and who's seen Simmias sketch to recollect Cebes? Of course. Then isn't it possible for somebody who's seen Simmias sketch to recollect Simmias himself? It's certainly possible, he said. Then doesn't it follow from all this that recollection stems from similar things and also stems from dissimilar? It follows. But at least whenever somebody's recollecting something from similar things, isn't it necessary for him to undergo this as well, to note whether or not, with respect to similarity, this thing somehow falls short of what is recollected? It's necessary, he said. Consider, then, said he, if it's like this, we claim, I suppose, that there's some equal. I don't mean stick equal to stick or stone to stone or anything else like that, but something other, beyond all these things, the equal itself. Shall we claim that this is something, or nothing at all? By Zeus, said Simmias, we certainly shall claim it, wondrously so. And do we have knowledge of it, the equal that is? Of course, he said. And we grasp the knowledge of it from where? Isn't it from the things we were talking about just now? We've seen sticks or stones or some other things that are equal, and from these we've noticed the equal itself, although it's other than these. Or doesn't it appear to you to be other? Look at the matter in this way. Isn't it the case that equal stones and sticks, while being the same, sometimes appear equal from one point of view and from another not? Certainly. What about this? Is it possible that the equals themselves at times appear to you to be unequals or equality to be inequality? Never ever, Socrates. Therefore, said he, these equals and the equal itself aren't the same. No way, as it appears to me, Socrates, and yet, he said, it's nevertheless from these equals, although they're other than that equal, that you've noted and grasped the knowledge of it. What you say, he said, is most true. And isn't it either similar or dissimilar to them? Of course, but that makes no difference, said he. So long as, after you see one thing and from this sight you note something else, whether similar or dissimilar, that, he said, must necessarily have been recollection. Certainly. What about this, said he. Do we undergo some such thing as this concerning equals among sticks and the other equals we were talking about just now? Do they appear to us to be equals in just the same way as the equal itself, the equal that is? Or do they fall somewhat short of being the sort of thing the equal is, or not at all? They fall short by a lot, he said. Then do we agree to this, whenever somebody who's seeing something notes, what I'm now seeing wants to be of the same sort as something else among the things that are, yet it falls short and isn't able to be that sort of thing but is inferior, then mustn't the man who notes this necessarily have had occasion to see beforehand that thing he says it's like but falls short of? Necessarily. Well then, have we too undergone some such thing with respect to equals and the equal itself, or not? Altogether so. Then it's necessary that we saw the equal before that time when we first saw equals and noted, all these things are striving to be like the equal but fall short of it. That's so. But surely we also agree on this, we haven't gotten the notion of it from somewhere else, nor is it even possible to get the notion of it except from seeing or touching or some other of the senses, and I say all these senses are the same thing. The same, Socrates, at least with respect to what the argument wants to make clear. So then, it's from the senses that we must get the notion that all the objects in these sensations both strive after the equal that is and fall short of it. Is that what we're saying? Trust that. Therefore, before we begin to see and hear and use the other senses, I suppose we must have had occasion to grasp the knowledge of the equal itself, the equal that is, if we were ever to refer there the equals that came from our senses and to think that all such things are putting their heart into being the sort of thing the equal is but are inferior to it. Weren't we both seeing and hearing and having the other senses right from the moment we were born? Of course. But, we declare, we must have grasped the knowledge of the equal before all this. Therefore, as it seems, it's derasan that we grasped it before we were born. So it seems. Then isn't this the case? If we grasped it and were born having it, we had knowledge both before we were born and right at the moment we were born, not only of the equal and the greater and the less but also of all such things? For our present argument isn't about the equal any more than it's about the beautiful itself and the good itself and the just and the holy and, as I say, about all those things upon which we set the seal, that which is, in the questions we ask as vile as in the answers we give, so we must necessarily have grasped the various knowledges of all these things before we were born. That's so. And if in fact, after grasping these things, we didn't on each occasion forget them, then we're necessarily always born knowing them and know them throughout our life, since knowing is just this, when somebody who's grasped knowledge of something holds on to it and hasn't utterly lost it. Or don't we say that forgetting is just this, simnias, the shedding of knowledge? That's entirely so, Socrates, he said. But I suppose if, having grasped knowledge before we were born, we lost it utterly when we were born, but later by use of our senses we grasp again the various knowledges we once had before, then wouldn't what we call learning be the grasping again of our old familiar knowledge? And I suppose we'd speak rightly if we called this recollecting. Of course. For surely this appeared possible, a person senses something either by seeing or by hearing it or by grasping it with some other sense and, starting from this thing, note some other heat forgotten and which the sensed thing approaches, whether it's dissimilar scent or are similar, so that, as I said, one or the other of two things and a carry of them onto our life, or we know later, and those of whom we say they learn do nothing but recollect, and learning would be recollection. That's exactly how it is, Socrates. Then which do you choose, Simmias, well born already having knowledge, or do we recollect later things the knowledge of which we'd grasped before? I can't choose at present, Socrates. Well now, surely you can choose between these, and have some sort of opinion about it. Can a man who has knowledge give an account of what he has knowledge of, or not? There's a great necessity for this, Socrates, he said. And do all people seem to you to be able to give an account of those things we were talking about just now? I sure wish they could, said Simmias. But what I'm terrified of more than anything is that tomorrow at this time there'll no longer be anybody among human beings worthy of the task. Then, Simmias, I take it all people don't seem to you to have knowledge of these things, he said. Not in the least. Then they recollect what they once learned. That's a necessity. And our souls grasp the knowledge of these things, when? Surely not from the time we were born as human beings. Surely not. Therefore, it was before. Yes. Therefore, Simmias, our souls were earlier too, before they were in human form, and they were separate from bodies and had thoughtfulness. Unless, Socrates, we grasp these various knowledge as we are born, that time's still left. Well, my comrade, but at what other time do we lose them? For we aren't born having them, as we agreed just now. Or do we lose them at the very time we also grasp them? Or can you suggest some other time? Not at all, Socrates. I was unaware that I wasn't making IDMRLEs. Then is this our situation, Simmias, he said. If what we're forever babbling about is some beautiful as well as some good and all such being, and if we refer to this being everything that comes from the senses, since we've discovered that it was present before and was ours, and if we liken the things of sense to that being, then just as surely as these beings are, so also our soul is, even before we were born. And if they are not, then wouldn't this account we've given be beside the point? Is this our situation, and is there an equal necessity that these things be and that our souls were even before we were born, and if the former are not, then the latter were not? Extraordinary, Socrates, said Simmias, there seems to me to be the same necessity, and the account is taking refuge in a beautiful conclusion. Our soul is before we were born, just as surely as the being you spoke of just now. For my part, I've got nothing as lucid to me as this. All such things, beautiful and good and all the rest you were talking about just now, are as much as anything can be. And to me at any rate this point seems to have been sufficiently demonstrated. And to Cebes as well, said Socrates. For Cebes must be persuaded, too. He's sufficiently persuaded, I think, said Simmias, although he's the mightiest of men when it comes to distrusting arguments. But I imagine he hasn't failed to be persuaded that our soul was before we were born. And yet, Socrates, he said, it doesn't seem, even to me myself, to have been demonstrated that when we die, the soul will still be. Instead, what Cebes was just talking about, the fear of the many, still threatens. When the human being dies, his soul is scattered, and this is the end of her being. For what keeps her from being born and being put together from somewhere or other and being before she arrives in a human body, and then, once she's arrived and is freed from the body, from reaching her end and being destroyed? Well put, Simmias, said Cebes. For it appears that half, as it were, of what's needed has been demonstrated, namely, that our soul was before we were born. But it needs to be further demonstrated that when we die, our soul will be no less than she was before we were born, if the demonstration is to have an end. It's been demonstrated even now, Simmias and Cebes, said Socrates, if you're willing to put this argument together with the one we agreed on before this. Every living thing comes tobe from what's dead. For if the soul is beforehand as well, and if it's necessary for her, when she enters into life and is born, to come to be from nowhere else than death and being dead, how is it not necessary for her to be, even when she's died, since she must be born again? Hence the very thing you were talking about just now has been demonstrated. All the same, it seems to me it would please you and Simmias to busy yourselves with the argument some more, and besides, you have the fear of children, that in truth the wind will blow the soul away and scatter her in all directions as she departs from the body, especially whenever somebody happens to die, not in a calm, but in some great gust of wind. I and Cebes, with a laugh, said, try to persuade us as if we were afraid. Or rather, not as if we were afraid. Perhaps even in us there's some child present who's terrified by such things, so let's try to persuade him not to fear death as if it were a hobgoblin. What you should do, said Socrates, is to sing him incantations each day until you sing away his fears. Then where, Socrates, he said, are we to get hold of a good singer of such incantations, since you, he said, are abandoning us? There's a lot of Greece, Cebes, he said. I suppose there are good men in it, and there are many races of foreigners too. You must ransack them all in search of such a singer, sparing neither money nor toil, since there isn't anything more necessary on which you might spend your money. And you must search for him in company with one another, too, for perhaps you wouldn't easily find anyone more able to do this than yourselves. Then that's what we'll do, said Cebes. But let's go back to where we abandoned the argument, if that gives you pleasure. It definitely gives me pleasure, how could it not? Beautifully put, he said. Then mustn't we ask ourselves something like the following, said Socrates. What sort of thing is apt to suffer this affection, being scattered, and what sort of thing do we fear might suffer this? And what sort of thing is not apt to suffer it? And after this, must we not in turn investigate whether soul is of the one sort or the other, and from this whether we must be confident or fear for our soul? Degree. The Greek word for foreigners is barbarous. It refers to people whose speech has a mangled sound to Greek ears, bar bar bar. And what you say is true, he said. Now is what has been composed and is composite by nature apt to suffer this, to be divided up in just the way it was composed. And if anything turns out to be non-composite, isn't it alone, if anything, apt not to suffer this. Seems to me to be that way, said Cebes. Then aren't those very things that are always self-same and keep to the same condition most likely to be non-composites? And aren't those that vary from one moment to another and are never in the self-same condition likely to be composites? So it seems to me. Then let's go, he said, to the very things we were talking about in the earlier argument. Does being itself, whose being we give an account of in our questioning and answering, always keep to the self-same condition, or does it vary from one moment to another? The equal itself, the beautiful itself, each thing itself, that is, in short, that which is, do these ever admit of any sort of change whatsoever? Or does each thing that is, being of single form when taken itself all by itself, always keep to the self-same condition and never ever in any way whatsoever admit of any alteration at all? It's necessarily in the self-same condition, Socrates, said Cebes. But what about the many beautiful things, such as human beings or horses or cloaks or any other such things of that sort, or equal things or anything else having the same names as those other things we mentioned? Do they keep to the self-same condition? Or, in complete contrast to those other things, they, so to speak, never in any way self-same, either in relation to themselves or to each other? That's how it is, said Cebes. These in turn never keep to the same condition. Now isn't it the case that you could touch and see and sense these by other senses, while it's not possible to grasp those things that always keep to the same condition other than by the reckoning of thought, since such things are unseen and not visible? What you say is altogether true, he said. Let us then posit, if you want to, he said, two forms of the, let us posit them, he said. And posit that the unseen always keeps to the self-same condition, while the visible is never in the self-same condition. Let us posit that as well, he said. Come then, said he, is something of ourselves body and something else soul? Nothing but, said he. Then to which form do we say the body would be more similar and akin? This much is clear to everybody, he said, that it's to the visible. And what about the soul? Is she a visible or an unseen thing? Unseen, at least by human beings, Socrates, he said. But surely we meant visible and not visible, in relation to the nature of human beings, or do you think otherwise? In relation to the nature of humans. Then what do we say about soul? Is she a visible or an invisible thing? Not visible. Then she's unseen. Yes. Therefore soul is a thing more similar to the unseen than is body, and body more similar to the visible. That's entirely necessary, Socrates. Now haven't we also been saying from way back that the soul, whenever she makes use of the body for investigating something, whether through seeing or through hearing or through any other sense, for that's what investigating through the body is, investigating something through sensing, then she's dragged by the body into things that never keep to the self-same condition, and she herself wanders and is shaken up and gets dizzy, just as if she were drunk, because she's had contact with such things. of course. But whenever, herself by herself, she investigates, she goes off there, to what's pure and is always and is deathless and keeps to the same condition, and since she's akin to this, continually rams to be with it, whenever, that is, she's come to be herself all by herself and this is possible for her, and then she's stopped her wandering and, around those things, always keeps to the self-same condition, because she's had contact with such things, and this state of hers has been called thoughtfulness. Isn't all this so? What you say is altogether beautiful and true, Socrates. So again, to which form does the soul seem to you to be more similar and akin, given what was said both before and now? Everyone, it seems to me, even the slowest learner, said he, must concede from this way of arguing that the soul is wholly and altogether more similar to what keeps to the same condition rather than to what doesn't. And what of the body? It's similar to the other form. Now see it in this way too, whenever soul and body are in the same place, nature ordains the body to be a slave and to be ruled and the soul to rule and be master. Again, given this, which of the two seems to you to be similar to the divine and which to the death-bound? Or doesn't the divine seem to you to be of a nature to rule and govern and the death-bound to be ruled and be a slave? Seems that way to me. 1. Then which of the two is the soul like? It's clear, Socrates, that the soul is like the divine and the body like the death-bound. Now consider, Cebes, he said, whether these things follow for us from all that's been said. Soul is most similar to what's divine and deathless and intelligible and single-formed and indissoluble and always keeps to the self-same condition with itself. Body, in its turn, is most similar to what's human and death-bound and many-formed and unintelligible and dissoluble and never keeps to the self-same condition with itself. Can we say anything against this, my dear Cebes, to show that this conclusion doesn't hold? We can't. Well then, since this is how things stand, isn't body apt to be dissolved quickly and soul in turn apt to be altogether indissoluble, or something close to this? You note, then, he said, that whenever the human besides, his visible part, lying in the visible realm, the body, which we call a corpse and which is apt to dissolve and farly apart and be dispersed, doesn't undergo any of these things right off but lasts for a rather long time. Indeed for a very long time whenever somebody meets his end with his body in fine shape and at a fine time of year. For the body, when it's dried out and embalmed the way people are embalmed in Egypt, remains nearly whole for a remarkably long time. And when it rots, some parts of the body, the bones and sinews and all such things, still, so to speak, deathless, isn't all this so? Yes. And therefore the soul, that unseen thing that goes off to another region like herself, a region noble and pure and unseen, to the true Hades, the good and thoughtful God, where, God willing, my soul too must soon go. Will this soul of ours, being this sort of thing and having such a nature, be blown every which way and perish straightway after she's freed from the body, as the many say? Far from it, my dear Cebes, and Simmias too. Much rather is this the case, if she's set free pure, dragging along with her nothing of the body, because she was in no way willing to commune with it in life but fled it and gathered herself into herself, because she was always making this her care, which is nothing else but rightly philosophizing and exercising a ready care to be genuinely dead. Or wouldn't this be the care of death? Altogether so. Then being in this condition, doesn't she go off to what's similar to her, to the unseen, the divine and deathless and thoughtful, and once she arrives there, isn't it her lot to be happy, since she's been freed from wandering and mindlessness and terrors and savage loves and other human evils and, as is said of the initiates, truly spends the rest of time in the company of gods? Shall we say that, Cebes, or something else? That, by Zeus, said Cebes. But I imagine that if she's freed from the body defiled and impure, because she was always having intercourse with the body and servicing it and loving it and being bewitched by it and its desires and pleasures to the point that nothing else seemed true to her but what's bodilike, which one can touch and see and drink and eat and use for the pleasures of love-making, and because she was in the habit of hating and trembling at and fleeing equals what's shadowy to the eyes and unseen but is intelligible and seized on by philosophy, do you think a soul in this condition will be released herself all by herself and unadulterated? In no way whatsoever, he said. But I take it she'll be set free pervaded by the bodilike, which the company and intercourse with the body have made grow together with her because the soul was always with the body and gave it lots of care. Of course. And, my friend, we should imagine that the bodilike is oppressive and heavy and earthy and visible, and a soul in the sort of condition we described is made heavy and dragged back into the visible region through terror of the unseen and of Hades and, as they say, circulates among the memorials and tombs, around which certain shadowy apparitions of souls have been seen, ghostly images produced by the sort of souls that won't released in purity but participate in the visible, which is why they too are visible. That's likely, Socrates. Of course it's likely, Cebes. And it's not at all likely that these are the souls of the good, they are the souls of the inferior, souls compelled to wander around such places paying the penalty for their former way of life, which was bad. And they wander about until, through the desire for the bodilike that stalks them, they again entangled in a body. And as is likely, they're entangled in whatever sort of characters they happen to have made their care in life. What sort of characters do you mean, Socrates? I mean something like this: those who've made gorgings and abusings and boozings their care and weren't wary of these things are likely to slip into the classes of donkeys and other such beasts. Don't you think so? What you say is certainly likely. And those who held injustices and tyrannies and robberies in highest honor will slip into the classes of wolves and falcons and hawks, or where else do we say such souls would go? Not to worry, said Cebes, into such classes. Isn't it clear then, said he, where all the rest would go as well, each one into a class that's similar to its care? Then aren't the happiest of these, and the ones who go to the best region, he said, those who've devoted themselves to the popular and political virtue people call moderation and justice, which is born of habit and of care, without philosophy and without mind. In what way are these the happiest? because it's likely that they'll arrive again into some such political and tame class as perhaps that of bees or wasps or ants, or even back again into the same human class, and from them will be born temperate men. It's likely. And indeed it's not lawful for anybody who hasn't philosophized and gone off from here entirely pure, to enter the class of gods, but the lover of learning may. It is for these reasons, my comrades Simmias and Cebes, that those who philosophize rightly keep away from all the bodily desires and bear up and don't give themselves over to them, not because they are somehow certified of ruin and poverty, as are the many and money-loving, nor again are they terrified of the dishonor and disrepute of corruption, as are the power-lovers and honor-lovers, not for that do they keep away from desires. That, Socrates, wouldn't be fitting, said Cebes. No, it wouldn't be, by Zeus, said he. That, Cebes, is surely why those who care for their own souls but don't live to serve the body, bid farewell to all these people and don't make the same journey as they do, since these others don't know where they are going. But since they themselves consider that they must do nothing contrary to philosophy and to the release and cleansing it effects, they turn to it and follow wherever it leads. How do they do that, Socrates? Why, I tell you, he said. For the lovers of learning recognize, said he, that when philosophy takes over their soul, she's utterly bound within the body and glued to it, and she's compelled to investigate the things that are through it as through a cage rather than herself through herself, and she wallows in every sort of ignorance. And philosophy sees that the dreadful cleverness of the cage comes from desire, so that the bound man would be himself the chief accomplice of his bondage. And so that's just what I'm saying. Lovers of learning recognize that philosophy, i.e. Allah of their cant in this condition, gently persuades her and attempts to release her. It shows her that investigation through the eyes is full of deception, and that investigation through the ears and other senses is full of deception as well, and it persuades her to retreat from them, insofar as there's no necessity to use them. And philosophy exhorts her to gather and collect herself into herself and to trust in nothing but herself and what she perceives herself all by herself of what's itself all by itself among the things that are, and to regard nothing else as true that she investigates through anything that's different from herself and differs under differing conditions, and it tells her that such a thing is sensible and visible, while what she herself sees is intelligible and invisible. Now the soul of the true philosopher thinks she must not run contrary to this release. And so she keeps herself away from pleasures and desires and pains and terrors as much as she can, reasoning that whenever somebody is violently pleased or terrified or pained or desirous, he doesn't just suffer the evil one might think comes from them, such as falling ill or spending a lot because of desires. No, the greatest and most extreme evil of all, this he suffers, and it doesn't enter into his reasoning. What evil's that, Socrates? Cebes said. That every human being's soul is compelled, at the very moment she's violently pleased or pained at something, to regard what above all brought about her suffering as both most manifest and most true, although this isn't the case. And these are above all visible things, aren't they? Of course. Then in this experience above all, isn't soul tied down by body? How's that? Because each pleasure and pain, as if it had a nail, nails the soul to the body, pins her and makes her bodilike, so she opines to be true exactly whatever things the body says are true. For as a result of her having similar opinions with the body and delighting in the same things, I imagine that the soul is compelled to become similar in ways and similar in nurture so as never to arrive in Hades pure. Instead, she always leaves full of the body, so that she tends to fall quickly again into another body and takes root there as if she had been sown. And as a result of this, she has no share of intercourse with the divine and pure and single. Nisi genere nnn. What you say is most true, Socrates, said Cebes. Well then, it's for these reasons, Cebes, that those who are justly called lovers of learning are orderly and courageous, not for the reasons given by the many. Or do you suppose it's otherwise? I certainly don't. No, indeed. A philosophic man's soul wouldn't reason it out that way. She wouldn't think that philosophy should release her and that, once released, she should of herself give herself over to pleasures and pains and tie herself down again to the body and engage in the unfinishable task of a Penelope unweaving the web she's woven. No, instead his soul provides a calm sea untroubled by these things, follows reasoning and always abides in it, and beholds the true and the divine and the not to be opined and is nurtured by what she sees. That's how she thinks she must live while she's alive and how, when she meets her end, she'll arrive at what's akin to her and of her sort and be freed from human evils. And because her nurture has been of this sort, and since she has devoted herself to these things, there's no danger at all of her being terrified, Simmias and Cebes, that at the moment of her getting free of the body, she'll go off scattered and, all aflutter, be blown away by the winds and no longer be anywhere at all. Silence came about when Socrates had said this, and it lasted a long time. And Socrates himself, to judge from looking at him, was absorbed in the previous argument, as were most of us. But Cebes and Simmias went on conversing with each other in a low voice, and Socrates saw the two of them and asked, "What is it?" he said. "You think there's something lacking in the previous argument, do you?" Certainly, in many ways it's still open to suspicions and counterattacks, if, that is, somebody's going to go through it sufficiently. Now if you two are considering something else, I have nothing to say. But if you're perplexed about all this, don't hesitate to speak up yourselves and go through it if it appears to you that it could have been said better. And what's more, don't hesitate to take me along with you if you think you'll fare better in my company. And Simmias said, "Well, Socrates, I'll tell you the truth. For a long time now each of us has been perplexed and has been egging Homer's Odyssey, Penelope, while waiting out the 10 years it takes for her husband Odysseus to return from the Trojan War, weaves a web during the day and undoes it at night. She thus hopes to escape marriage with the suitors infesting her house, one of whom she had promised to choose when the web was finished. The other on and telling him to ask his question, because each of us had the desire to hear your answer but hesitated to make an uproar, for fear that it might be unpleasant for you in your present misfortune." And when he heard this, he gave a gentle laugh and said, "Gosh, Simmias, you'd sure have a hard time persuading other human beings that I don't consider my present luck a misfortune, when I can't even persuade you to. No, you're terrified I might be somewhat crankier now than I was in my earlier life. And apparently I seem to you to be inferior in prophecy to the swans, who, although they sing at earlier times too, sing the most and the most beautifully when they sense that they must die, in joy that they are about to go off to the very God whose servants they are. But humans, because of their fear of death, tell lies against the swans and say they sing out in pain, wailing for their death. And they don't reason that no bird sings when it's hungry or cold or is grieved by some other pain, not even the nightingale and the swallow and the hoopoe, who, they claim, are wailing in pain when they sing. But it doesn't appear to me that these birds sing because they're grieving, and neither do the swans. But since they belong to Apollo, they are, as I think, prophets, and, because they have foreknowledge of the good things in Hades, they sing and make merry all that day far more than at any time before. Now I consider myself to be a co-servant with the swans and consecrated to the same God, and I think that I've received from our master a prophetic art no worse than theirs, and that I'm not being freed from life any more sad of heart than they. For that very reason, you should say and ask whatever you want, as long as the Athenian 11 allow it. Beautifully put, said Simmias. So I myself will tell you what perplexes me, and then this fellow here will in turn say in what way he doesn't accept what was said. It seems to me, Socrates, perhaps as it does to you too, that to know anything sure about such matters in our life now is either impossible or something altogether hard, while again, not to test in every way what's said about them and to back off before one is worn out with investigating them from every side, is the part of a really soft man. For in these matters, a man must, it seems to me, accomplish one of these things. He must learn or discover what's the case, or, if that's impossible, he must sail through life in the midst of danger, seizing on the best and the least refutable of human accounts, at any rate, and letting himself be carried upon it as on a raft, unless, that is, he could journey more safely and less dangerously on a more stable carrier, some divine account. And so, for my part, I won't be ashamed to ask questions, since even you are telling me to do so, and I won't blame myself at a later time for not saying now what seems to me to be the case. For Socrates, when I consider what's been said, either within myself or with this fellow here, it's not altogether apparent to him that what was said was sufficient. And Socrates said, "Perhaps, my comrade, what appears to you is true, but tell me exactly in what way it's not sufficient." "In this way, as it seems to me," said he. Somebody might also give the same account about a tuning and a lyre and its strings, that the tuning is something invisible and bodiless and something altogether beautiful and divine in the tuned lyre, but that the lyre itself and its strings are bodies and are bodilike and composite, and earthlike and are akin to the death-bound. Now what if, whenever somebody either shatters the lyre or cuts and breaks the strings, somebody should insist, by the very same argument you gave, that it's necessary that the tuning still be and not perish. For once the strings were broken, there'd be no trick by which the lyre and strings could still be, since they're death-bound in form, and no trick by which the tuning could perish, and perish before that death-bound thing, since it's naturally similar and akin to the divine and deathless. Instead, you'd claim it's necessary that the tuning itself still be somewhere and that the wood and strings rot before the tuning suffers in any way. For I certainly suppose, Socrates, that you've gathered that we take the soul to be just this sort of thing, that while our body is strung and held together by warm and cold and dry and wet and the like, our soul is, as it were, a blend and tuning of these very things, whenever, that is, they are blended with one another in a beautiful and measured way. If, then, the soul turns out to be some sort of tuning, it's clear that whenever our body is relaxed or strained without measure by diseases and other evils, it's a necessity that the soul perish right away, even though she's most divine, just as do other tunings in sounds and in all the works of craftsmen, while the remains of each body stick around for a long time, until they are burned or rot. See, then, what we'll say in response to this argument, if somebody maintains that the ratia out lad dast tha fret tar nerik, then, with that usual keen look of his and a smile, Socrates' soul, since she's a blend of the elements of the body, is, instead, what Simmias is saying is certainly just. So if one of you is better provided than I am, why not answer? Now surely Simmias is like somebody who's got no mean hold on the argument. And yet it seems to me that before his answer we should first listen to Cebes, to hear his charge against the argument. That way, as time goes by, we may take counsel on what we're to say, and then, once we've listened, either concede to them, if they strike the proper note, or, if they don't, continue our advocacy of the argument. But come, Cebes, said he, you tell us what was shaking you up. I tell you, said Cebes. For to me the argument still appears to be at the same point, and the very same charge we were talking about earlier holds. I don't take back that it's been demonstrated with complete elegance and, if it's not laying it on too thick, complete adequacy, that our soul was even before she came into her present form. But that she'll still be somewhere after we've died, this does not seem to me to have been so demonstrated. I don't grant Simmias' objection, that soul isn't a stronger and more long-lasting thing than body, for it seems to me she's vastly superior in all these respects. Why, then, the argument might say, you still distrustful, since you see that after the human being's died his weaker part still is. Doesn't it seem to you necessary that the more long-lasting part still be kept safe and sound during this time? Now consider whether my reply to just this point amounts to anything. And it seems I too need some sort of likeness, just as Simmias did. For what's been said about the soul seems to me similar to what somebody might argue about an old weaver man who died, that the human hadn't perished but continued to be somewhere, safe and sound. And he'd offer as proof of this that a cloak the fellow used to wear and which he himself had woven was safe and sound and hadn't perished, and if somebody distrusted him, he'd ask which class was more long-lasting, that of a human or of a cloak in constant use and wear, and when the person answered, of a human, by far he'd think he had demonstrated that therefore the human being is most certainly safe and sound, since the less long-lasting hadn't perished. But what I think, Simmias, is that the argument doesn't hold up, for you to consider what I'm saying. Anybody could grasp that the man who talks that way talks simple-mindedly. For this weaver who wore out and wove many such cloaks perished later than they did, even though the cloaks were many, but he did so, I suppose, earlier than the last one, and for all that, a human fig 65 beings in no way inferior to a cloak, nor is he weaker. Now I think soul in relation to body would admit of the same likeness, and somebody who said the same thing about them would appear to me to speak sensibly when he said that the soul's more long-lasting while the body's weaker and less long-lasting. But should he go on to say that each of our souls wears out many bodies, especially if a life lasted many years, that is, if the body's going to be in flux and perishing while the human being's still living, but the soul's always going to reweave what wears out, then surely it'd be necessary for the soul, at whatever time she might perish, to happen to have on her last weave and to perish earlier than this one alone. And when the soul had perished, the body would from that moment on show the nature of its weakness and, rotting quickly, would go off. So that anybody who trusts this argument isn't yet worthy of the confidence he has that when we die our soul will still be somewhere. For if one were to concede even more than what you say to somebody who makes this argument, granting him not only that our souls were in the time before we were born but also that nothing prevents this, that the souls of some of us, once we're dead, still are and will often be born and die in turn, because a soul is so strong a thing by nature that she can withstand being born often, even if one granted this. One might not go on to concede that she doesn't exhaust herself in these many births and, meeting her end in one of these deaths, doesn't perish altogether. But one would claim that nobody knows the particular death and dissolution of the body that brings destruction to the soul. For this is impossible for any of us to perceive. But if all this holds, the confidence that characterizes anybody who's confident in the face of death is a mindless confidence, so long as he can't demonstrate that the soul is altogether deathless and imperishable. And if he cannot, then it's necessary that a man about to die always fear for his soul, in case she should altogether perish in her imminent unyoking from the body. Now once we'd heard what they said, all of us felt ill at ease, as we told one another later, because, after we'd been so powerfully persuaded by the previous argument, they now seemed to shake us up again and to cast us back into distrust, concerning not only the arguments that came before but even what would be said later on. Who knows? We might be worthless judges, or these I heal error curates. By the gods, Phaedo, I have real sympathy for all of you. For as I myself now listen to you, it occurs to me to say something like this to myself: what argument will we trust from now on? The one that was so powerfully trustworthy, the argument that Socrates gave, has now fallen into discredit. For this argument, that our soul is a sort of tuning has now, as ever, a wonderful hold on me, and your speaking of it reminded me, as it were, that up till now all this seemed to be the case to me too. And now what I really need is some other argument which will, from a new beginning as it were, persuade me that when somebody dies, the soul won't die along with him. So tell me, by Zeus, in what direction did Socrates pursue the argument? And which was it? Did he too, as you say the rest of you did, reveal in any way that he was distressed, or didn't he, and did he instead come serenely to the aid of the argument? And was his aid sufficient, or did it fall short? Go through everything for us as precisely as you can. Phaedo, although, Socrates, I'd often wondered at Socrates, I never admired him more than when I was present with him then. That he should have something to say was perhaps not out of the ordinary. No, what I really wondered at him for was this: first, how pleasantly and kindly and admiringly he received the young men's argument, then how keenly he perceived how we'd suffered under their arguments, then how well he healed us and, as if we were men who'd fled and been laid low, rallied us and turned us about to follow him and consider the argument with him. Socrates, how did he do it? Phaedo, I'll tell you. I happened to be sitting to his right on a sort of low stool next to the couch, and he was on a seat a lot more elevated than mine. And he caressed my head and gathered up the hair on my neck, for he was in the habit, on occasion, of teasing me about my hair, and said, "Tomorrow, Phaedo, perhaps you'll cut off these beautiful locks of yours." "That's likely, Socrates," said I. "Not if you're persuaded by me." "Then what?" said I. "This very day," he said, "I'll cut mine, and you'll cut these locks of yours, if our argument meets its end and we can't bring it back to life. And as for me, if I were you and the argument were to get away from me, I'd make an oath, as did the Argives, not to cut my hair before I should be victorious in the renewed battle against the argument of Simmias and Sebes." "But," said I, "they say not even Heracles could manage against two." "Then call on me as well," he said, "as your Iolaus, while there's still light." "Well then, I will call on you," I said, "not as a Heracles but as an Iolaus calling on Heracles." "Makes no difference," he said. "But first let's be on our guard so we don't undergo a certain experience." "What sort of experience?" said I. "So that we don't become," said he, "haters of argument, as some become haters of human beings, for it's not possible," he said, "for anybody to experience a greater evil than hating arguments." Hatred of arguments and hatred of human beings come about in the same way. For hatred of human beings arises from artlessly trusting somebody to excess, and believing that human being to be in every way true and sound and trustworthy, and then a little later discovering that this person is wicked and untrustworthy, and then having this experience again with another. And whenever somebody experiences this many times, and especially at the hands of just those he might regard as his most intimate friends and comrades, he then ends up taking offense all the time and hates all human beings and believes there's nothing at all sound in anybody. Or haven't you perceived that something like this happens? Of course, said I. Isn't it shameful, said he, and clear that such a person was attempting to deal with human beings without art in human affairs? For if he dealt with them artfully, he'd think of them just as they are, that both the really good-natured and the really wicked are few, and that most people are in between. What are you saying? Said I. Just what I'd say if we were talking about the really small and the really big, he said. Do you suppose anything's more rare than finding either a really big or a really small man or dog or any other such thing, or again, one that's really fast or slow, or really ugly or beautiful, or really white or black? Haven't you perceived that among all such things those at the farthest ends of either extreme are rare and few, while the ones in between are in generous supply and many? Of course, said I. And don't you think, he said, that if a wickedness contest were held, those who showed first would be very few here as well? That's likely, said I. Likely indeed, he said. Now arguments aren't similar to human beings in that respect. I was merely following your lead just now, but rather in this one, when somebody trusts some argument to be true without the art of arguments, and then a little later the argument seems to him to be false, as it sometimes is and sometimes isn't, and this happens again and again with one argument after another. And, as you know, those especially who've spent their days in debate arguments end up thinking they've become the wisest of men and that they alone have detected that there's nothing sound or stable, not in the realm of either practical matters or arguments, but all the things that are simply tossed to and fro, as happens in the Euripus, and don't stay put anywhere for any length of time. Certainly, said I, what you say is true. Then, Phaedo, he said, his condition would be a pitiable one if, when there was in fact some argument that was true and stable and capable of being detected, somebody, through his associating with the very sort of arguments that sometimes seem to be true and sometimes not, should not blame himself or his own artlessness but should end up in his distress being only too pleased to push the blame off himself and onto the arguments, and from that moment on should finish out the rest of his life hating and reviling arguments and should be robbed of the truth and knowledge of the things that are. Yes, by Zeus, I said, pitiable indeed. Then first of all, he said, let's be on our guard against this. The Euripus, a narrow sea channel between the Greek mainland and the island of Euboea, reverses its direction at least 7 times a day. Condition and not admit into the soul that the realm of arguments risks having nothing sound in it. Instead, let's far rather admit that we're not yet sound but must act like men and put our hearts into being sound, you and the others for the sake of your whole life hereafter, and I for the sake of death itself. For at present, as far as that goes, I run the risk of being in a mood not to love wisdom but to love victory, as do altogether uneducated people. These people, whenever they dispute about something, don't give a thought to the way it is with the things the argument's about, but put their hearts into this, that what they themselves put forward should seem to be the case to those present. And at present I seem to myself to differ from those people in this way only. I won't put my heart into making what I say seem to be true to those present, except as a side effect, but into making it seem to be the case to me myself as much as possible. For I'm calculating, my dear comrade, behold how self-servingly, that if what I'm saying happens to be true, I'm well off believing it, and if there's nothing at all for one who's met his end, well then, make myself so much the less unpleasant with lamenting to those who are present during this time, the time before my death, and this mindlessness of mine won't continue, that would be an evil, but will perish a little later. Thus prepared, Simmias and Cebes, he said, I enter on the argument. But as for all of you, if you are persuaded by me and give little thought to Socrates and much more to the truth, you must agree with me if I seem to you to say what's true, and if I don't, you must strain against me with every argument you've got, taking care that I don't, out of eagerness, go off, having deceived both myself and you, like a bee that's left its stinger behind. But we must get going, he said. First remind me of what you were saying, in case it's apparent that I haven't remembered it. Simmias, as I think, is distrustful and is terrified that the soul, though she's a more divine and beautiful thing than the body, may perish before it, if she's in the form of a tuning. And Cebes seemed to me to concede to me that soul was much more long-lasting than body, but claimed that the following's unclear to everybody, whether, having often worn out many bodies, the soul, once she's left the last body, does not now perish herself, and this very thing is death, perishing of soul, since body of course never stops perishing. Anything other than these points, Simmias ae capes hatwe aie yeoe. On the pair agreed that these were the points. Now is it that you don't accept, he said, all the previous arguments, or do you accept some and not others? Some we do, some we don't, said the two. What do you say, then, said he, about the former argument where we claimed that learning is recollection and that, if this holds, it necessarily holds that our soul is somewhere else earlier, before she's bound within the body? I was wonderfully persuaded by it then, Cebes said, and I stick with it now as with no other argument. I myself am certainly in that situation, too, Simmias said, and I'd be filled with wonder if I ever had a different opinion about this matter. And Socrates said, but it's necessary that you have different opinions, my Theban guest, as long as this thought of yours sticks around, that a tuning is a composite thing and soul a sort of tuning composed of bodily elements tensed like strings. For you won't, I suppose, allow yourself to say that a tuning was composed before those things were, from which it had to be composed. Or will you allow it? No way, Socrates, he said. Do you perceive, then, said he, that you're going to be saying this whenever you claim that the soul is before she arrives in human form and body and that she's composed of things that are not yet? For in fact a tuning's not the sort of thing you liken it to. Instead, the lyre and the strings and the sounds come into being earlier, while they are still untuned, and the tuning is the last of all to be composed and the first to perish. Then how will this argument of yours sing in accord with that other one? TT won't at all, said Simmias. And yet, said he, it's fitting that it be in accord with the argument about tuning if with any. It's fitting, Simmias said. Well then, he said, this one of yours doesn't sing in accord. But see which of the two arguments you prefer, that learning is recollection or soul attuning. The first, Socrates, by a long shot, he said. The other came to me without demonstration and with a certain likelihood and attractiveness, which one is also why it seems to be the case to many demonstration through likelihoods are impostors, and if one doesn't have one's guard up against them, they do quite a good job of deceiving us, both in geometry and in everything else. But the recollection and learning argument was established through a hypothesis worthy of being accepted. For it was established, I suppose, that our soul is even before arriving in the body, just as certainly as that being she belongs with has the title that which is. And this being, I persuade myself, I've accepted for adequate and right reasons. Then because of all this, it's necessary for me, as it seems, to allow neither myself nor anyone else to say that soul is attuning. What about this way of looking at it, Simmias? Said he. Does it seem to you that attuning or any other composition is apt to be in some other condition than whatever the condition is of the things from which it's composed, no way? Nor, as I think, is it apt to do or suffer anything else beyond what those things may do or suffer? He gave his assent. Therefore attuning is apt not to lead these things from which it's composed, but to follow them. He went along with this opinion. Therefore it's far from being the case that attuning undergoes contrary movement or makes contrary sounds, or does anything else that runs contrary to its parts. Far from it indeed. Well then, isn't each tuning by nature a tuning insofar as it's been tuned? I don't understand, he said. Wouldn't it be more so and more fully a tuning, said he, if, allowing that this could happen, it could be tuned more so and more fully, and less so and less fully a tuning if it were tuned less so and less fully? Of course. Then is this the same case with soul? Is one soul, even in the slightest degree, more fully and more so than another, or less fully and less so this very thing, a soul? In no way whatever, he said. Well then, by Zeus, he said, is one soul said to have both mind and virtue and to be good, while another has both mendaciousness and wickedness and is bad? And is yuck? True indeed. So what will one of those who posit soul as tuning claim these things in our souls are, virtue and vice? That they in turn are some other tuning and lack of tuning? And that the one soul, the good one, has been tuned and has another tuning in herself, although she's already a tuning, while the other soul is untuned and has no other tuning within herself. Tell myself can't say, said Simmias, but it's clear that the one who held that hypothesis would be saying some such thing. But it was agreed earlier, he said, that one soul is neither more nor less a soul than another, and that amounts to the agreement that one tuning is neither more so and more fully nor less so and less fully a tuning than another. Isn't that so? QF course. And that which is neither more nor less a tuning, is neither more nor less tuned. Is that so? TT is. But as for that which is neither more nor less tuned, does it partake of tuning any more or less fully, or does it do so equally? Equally. Then as for soul, since one is neither more nor less than another this very thing, soul, isn't she neither more nor less tuned? That's so. And, since this is her condition, she couldn't partake more fully of either lack of tuning or tuning. No, she couldn't. And moreover, since this is her condition, one soul couldn't partake of vice or of virtue any more fully than another, if in fact vice is to be lack of tuning and virtue tuning. No more fully. And I suspect it's rather the case, Simmias, that not a single soul, according to the right account, will partake of vice, if in fact she's a tuning. For since a tuning, I presume, is entirely this very thing, a tuning, it couldn't ever partake of lack of tuning. Certainly not. Nor, I presume, could soul, in being altogether soul, partake of vice. Therefore it follows from this argument of ours that all of all living beings will similarly be good if in fact it's similarly the nature of souls to be this very thing, souls. That seems so to me, Socrates. Now does this seem to you to be a fine way to talk, said he, and does it seem that the argument would suffer this, if the hypothesis were right that soul is a tuning? In no way fine, he said. Now what about this, said he, of all the things in a human being, do you claim that anything else rules but soul, especially if she's thoughtful? Not I. And which of these do you claim, that she gives way to the passions of the body or that she runs contrary to them? Here's what I mean, when the body has burning heat and thirst within it, doesn't she drag it in the contrary direction, toward not drinking, and when the body has hunger within it, toward not eating? And I suppose we see the soul running contrary to what belongs to the body in 1,000 other ways, don't we? Certainly. But didn't we agree previously that if she were a tuning, she could never sing out in a way that runs contrary to those things out of which she happens to be constituted, whether they were tensed or relaxed or plucked, or whatever other condition they might undergo, but she'd follow them and never govern them? Why, course we agreed, he said. Well then, doesn't the soul now appear to us as working in an altogether contrary way, governing all those things out of which somebody might claim she was constituted, and running contrary to just about all of them throughout all our life and being their master in all ways, disciplining some more harshly and with pain, as do gymnastics and medicine, and others more gently, threatening some while admonishing others and talking with desires and tempers and terrors as if she were other than they and had a task other than theirs? As Homer too has put it poetically in the Odyssey, where he says of Odysseus, he struck his breast and reproached his heart with this word, bear up my heart, for at other times you've borne things even more fit for a dog. Do you suppose he made this poetry with the thought in mind that soul is a tuning and is of the sort to be led by the passions of the body, or rather that she's of the sort to lead them and be their master, and is herself a far more divine thing than she would be as a tuning? By Zeus, Socrates, that's how it seems to me. Therefore, my excellent friend, we're in no way putting it in a fine way when we say that soul is some sort of tuning. For then it's likely that we'd be agreeing neither with Homer, the divine poet, nor with ourselves. That's how things stand, he said. Well then, said Socrates, somehow that business with Harmonia the Theban goddess has, as it seems, grown fairly gracious to us. But what about that business with Cadmus, Thebes, he said. How are we going to make it gracious, and by what argument? One, seems to me you'll discover a way, Thebes said. At any rate, in me view you managed this argument against tuning wondrously and beyond all expectation. For as Simmias was explaining what perplexed him, I was really wondering if anyone would be able to deal with his argument. That's why it seemed really absurd to me that right off it failed to resist the first assault of your argument. So I wouldn't wonder if the argument of Cadmus too should suffer the same fate. Ah, my good man, Socrates said, don't boast, we don't want some witchery to rout the argument we're about to make. But these matters will be in the gods' care. As for us, let's come to close quarters in Homeric style and try to see if there's anything to what you're saying. The upshot of what you're searching for is this: you demand that our soul be shown to be both imperishable and deathless, if, that is, a philosophic man who's about to die, and who's confident and believes he'll do well there once he's dead, better than if he'd ended his lives in a different life, is not to be confident with a confidence both mindless and stupid. And as for our making apparent that the soul is something strong and godlike and that she was even before we became humans, nothing, you say, prevents this from evidencing not deathlessness, but only that soul is long-lasting and was somewhere earlier for an unbelievably long time and both knew and did a great many things. But surely not for all that is she something deathless. Instead, her very entering into a human body was, like a disease, the beginning of her perishing. She lives this life wearing herself out in misery and ends up perishing in what's called death. Now you say it makes no difference at all, as far as each of us being terrified goes, whether she enters once into a body or many times. Being terrified befits anyone who doesn't know that she's something deathless and who can't give an account, unless he's mindless. I suppose you're saying something like that, Thebes. And I purposely keep going back over things often so that nothing may escape us and so that, if you want, you may add or take away something. And Thebes said, but at present there's nothing I need to take away or add, that's just what I'm saying. Then Socrates paused for a long time and within himself considered something and said, what you're searching for is no trivial business, Thebes. For we must busy ourselves with the cause concerning generation and destruction as a whole. So I'll go through my own experiences about them for you, if you want me to. Then, should something of what I have to say appear useful to you, you can use it for purposes of persuasion in the very matters you're talking about. But I do want you to, said Cebes. Listen then, and I shall tell you. For I, Cebes, he said, as a young man was wondrously desirous of that wisdom they call inquiry into nature. This wisdom seemed to me grandiose, to know the causes of each thing, why each thing comes to be and why it perishes and why it is, and very often I cast my thought to and fro, looking first of all into questions like these: is it when hot and cold bring about a certain fermentation, as some people say, that animals grow into organisms? And is the blood that by which we're thoughtful? Or is it air or fire? Or is it none of these, and is it the brain that produces the senses of hearing and seeing and smelling, and would memory and opinion arise out of these, and in this way out of memory and opinion brought to a state of rest arises knowledge? And then in turn, I looked into the processes by which these things pass away and the affections that pertain to heaven and earth, until I ended up with the opinion at A16 in Aristophanes' Clouds. Socrates is lampooned for his acquaintance with the opinions of the so-called Pyrrhicists, who speculate of tie consuetivi versus u visible world, 225 ff. That my natural fitness for this looking into things was next to nothing. And I'll give you sufficient proof of this. It concerns what I had shown knowledge of even before, in my opinion at least and in the opinion of others. I was so intensely blinded by this looking, that I unlearned even what I thought I knew before about many other things and about why a human being grows. Before I used to think this was clear to everybody, that a human being grows because of eating and drinking. For when, from the food he eats, amounts of flesh are attached to flesh and amounts of bone to bones, and so in this way by the same account what's congenial to his other parts gets attached to them, then the bulk that's little has later become a lot, and in this way the small human being becomes big. That's what I used to think then. Don't I seem sensible to you? To me you do, yes, said Cebes. Then look at this further thing too. I used to think the following opinion of mine was sufficient, that whenever a big fellow appeared standing next to a small one, he was larger by just this, a head, and that one horse was bigger than another for the same reason. And to mention things even more lucid, it seemed to me that 10 things were more than 8 because 2 were added to the 8. And it seemed to me that a 2-foot length was larger than a 1-foot length because it exceeded it by half of itself. And now, said Cebes, how do these things seem to you? By Zeus, he said, I seem to be far from thinking, I suppose, that I know the cause concerning any of these things, I who don't even allow myself to assert that whenever anyone adds a 1 to a 1, the one added to or the one that was added has become 2, or that the one that was added and the one to which it was added became 2 by the addition of the one to the other. Here's what I wonder about: when each of the 2 was separate from the other, then each was one and the pair were not two, but when they came close to each other, this then became the cause of their becoming two, the concourse that comes from their being placed close to each other. Nor again can I yet be persuaded that if somebody splits a one apart, this, the splitting, has in turn become the cause of their having become two. For then this cause comes to be the contrary of the former cause of their becoming two. Then it was because they were led close to one another and were added, one to the other, but now, it's because they are led settled away and separated one from the other. Nor do I any longer even persuade myself that I know why a one comes to be, nor why, in a word, anything else comes to be or perishes or is by this way of proceeding. Instead, I've randomly smushed together another way myself, and that former one I don't tolerate at all. Once, though, I heard somebody reading from a book he said was by Anaxagoras, and which said that it is in fact mind that puts the world in order and is responsible for all things. Now I was pleased with this sort of cause, and it seemed to me in some way good that mind should be responsible for all things. And I considered that if this is the case, then mind at least, in ordering the world, would order all things and position each thing in just that way which was best. So if somebody should want to discover the cause concerning each thing, in what way it comes into being or perishes or is, he'd have to discover this concerning it, in what way it's best for it either to be or to undergo or do anything whatsoever. Now by this account, it befits a human being, in this matter and in all others, to look to nothing but what's most excellent and best. And then this same human being necessarily knows what's worse as well, for the knowledge concerning these is the same. As I reasoned these things out, I thought I had discovered, to my great pleasure, a teacher after my own mind, teacher of the cause concerning the things that are Anaxagoras. I thought he'd tell me first whether the earth was flat or round, and when he had told me that, he'd go on to take me through the cause and necessity of it, saying what's better and why in particular it's better for the earth to be stick as it is. And if he claimed that it was in the middle, he'd go on to take me through how it was better for it to be in the middle. And if he could make these things apparent to me, I was prepared to yearn no longer for any other form of cause. What's more, I was prepared to find out about the sun in just the same way, and about the moon and the rest of the heavenly bodies, both about their speeds relative to one another and their turning points and their other affections, too, in what way it's better for each to do and undergo what it undergoes. For I'd never have supposed, when he alleged they'd been ordered by mind, that he'd impute to them any other cause than that it's best for them to be in just the condition they are in. Thus, once he'd given the cause for each one and for all of them in common, I thought he'd go on to take me through the best for each and the good common to all. I wouldn't 17 Anaxagoras, who belonged to the generation before Socrates, was the first non-Athenian thinker concerned with the nature of things to settle and teach in Athens. Like Socrates, he was prosecuted by Athens for impiety. Have given up my hopes for anything. Instead, after getting hold of the books with all haste, I read them as speedily as I could so that I might know as speedily as possible the best and the worst. From this wonderful hope, my comrade, I was swept away, since, as I went on with my reading, I saw a man who didn't employ mind at all and didn't hold any causes responsible for putting things in order, but instead put the blame on air and ether and water and other things many and absurd. And to me his condition seemed most similar to that of somebody who, after saying that Socrates does everything he does by mind and then venturing to assign the causes of each of the things I do, should first say that I'm now sitting here because my body's composed of bones and sinews, and because bones are solid and have joints keeping them separate from one another, while sinews are such as to tense and relax and also wrap the bones all around along with the flesh and skin that holds them together. Then since the bones swing in their sockets, the sinews, by relaxing and tensing, make me able, I suppose, to bend my limbs right now, and it's through this cause that I'm sitting here with my legs bent. And again, as regards my conversing with you, he might assign other causes of this sort, holding voices, and air and sounds and 1,000 other such things responsible, and not taking care to assign the true causes, that since Athenians judged it better to condemn me, so I for my part have judged it better to sit here and more just to stay put and endure whatever penalty they order. Since, by the dog, these sinews and bones of mine would, I think, long ago have been in Megara or Boeotia, swept off by an opinion about what's best, if I didn't think it more just and more beautiful, rather than fleeing and playing the runaway, to endure whatever penalty the city should order. But to call such things causes is too absurd. If somebody should say that I wouldn't be able to do what seemed best to me without having such things as bones and sinews and whatever, ate Socrates echoes Odysseus, who was swept back out to sea within sight of home by the folly of his companions, Odyssey X 48. 1 degree. The oath, by the dog, is Socrates' very own, which he uses quite often. In the Gorgias he makes it clear that it is the dog-headed god, Anubis of Egypt, he is invoking, for 82b. Anubis, like his Greek counterpart Hermes, had the role of mediating between earth and underworld, the living and the dead. In the dialogue named after him, Socrates' friend Crito tries to persuade Socrates, who is awaiting his execution in prison, to escape. He tells him that Simmias and Cebes have brought funds to get him out, to Rhoeotian Thebes or same other city. In the rest of the dialogue Socrates shows Crito why he must refuse to run away. Else I've got, he'd be speaking the truth. If, however, he should say it was through these things that I'm doing what I'm doing, engaging in these acts by mind but not by the choice of what's best, why the slackness of his speech would be abundant and tedious. Imagine not being able to distinguish that it's one thing to be genuinely the cause, and another to be that without which the cause wouldn't be a cause. In this respect it's apparent to me that the many are groping around as if in the dark when they apply to the latter an improper name and address it as cause. And this is also why one man makes the earth stay put under the heaven by placing a vortex around the earth, and why another props it up on a pedestal of air, as though it were on a wide kneading trough. But as for the power of placing things as they are now situated, in the best way possible, this power they don't search for, nor do they think it's got any superhuman strength, but they believe that someday they'll discover an atlas stronger and more deathless than this one who'd do a better job of holding all things together. And they don't at all suppose it's the good and binding that truly binds and holds things together. Now for that sort of cause, how it works, it'd be a pleasure to become anybody's student. But since I was robbed of this and never became capable of discovering it myself or learning it from another, do you want me to make a display, Cebes, he said, of the way by which I've busied myself with the second sailing in search of the cause? Yes, I want you to, he said, extraordinarily so. Well then, after these experiences, said he, since I had had it with this looking into beings, it seemed to me I had to be on my guard so as not to suffer the very thing those people do who behold and look at the sun during an eclipse. For surely some of them have their eyes destroyed if they don't look at the sun's likeness in water or in some other such thing. I thought this sort of thing over and feared I might be totally soul-blinded if I looked at things with my eyes and attempted to grasp them by each of the senses. So it seemed to me that I should take refuge in accounts and look in them for the truth of beings. Now perhaps in a certain way it isn't quite like what I'm likening it to. For I don't at all concede that somebody who looks into beings in accounts looks at them in likenesses to a greater extent than one who does so in actions. In any case, that's how I set out. On each occasion IA2, the second sailing, refers to the use of oars when the wind fails. 2. Accounts renders the pure iut logos. Per I rage gi meaning gi us mupu tant term, see glossary, p. 102. Put down as hypothesis whatever account I judge to be mightiest, and whatever seems to me to be consonant with this, I put down as being true, both about cause and about all the rest, while what isn't, I put down as not true. But I want to tell you more plainly what I mean, because I think that right now you don't understand. 1. No, by Zeus, said Cebes, not by a long shot, but, said he, all I mean is this, nothing new but the very thing I've never stopped talking about at other times and in the account that's just occurred as well. For I'm going to try to show you the form of the cause with which I've busied myself. And I'll go back to those much babbled about things and take my beginning from them, putting down as hypothesis that there's some beautiful itself by itself and a good and a big and all the others. If you give me those and grant that they are, I hope, from them, to show you the cause and to discover how soul is something deathless. By all means, take it as given, said Cebes. Don't let that stop you from finishing the account. Consider then, he said, whether you're of my opinion about what comes next after this. For it appears to me that if anything else is beautiful besides the beautiful itself, it's not beautiful because of any other single thing but this, because it participates in that beautiful. And I speak of all things in this way. Do you grant such a cause? I grant it, he said. Therefore I no longer understand, said he, nor am I able to recognize the other causes, those wise ones. But if somebody should tell me why anything is beautiful by saying it has a blossoming color or shape or anything else of that sort, I bid farewell to all that, since I'm discombobulated by all these other things, and simply and artlessly and perhaps naively, I hold this close to myself, that nothing makes a thing beautiful but the presence of or communion with that beautiful, or however and in whatever way you say it happens. As for that, I don't yet make any definite assertion, but I do assert that it's by the beautiful that all beautiful things are beautiful. For that seems to me to be the safest way to answer for both myself and another. And by holding tight to this, I think I won't ever fall down, but it'll prove safe for myself and for anyone else to answer that beautiful things are beautiful by the beautiful. Or doesn't that seem so to you? It does seem so, and big things are big, and bigger things, bigger, by bigness, and littler things are littler by smallness. Yes. And therefore you wouldn't allow it if somebody should claim that one man's bigger than another by a head and that the littler man's littler by this very same thing. Instead, you'd protest that you're not going to say anything else than this: every bigger thing's bigger than another by nothing but bigness, and it's bigger because of this, because of bigness, while the littler is littler by nothing but smaliness and is littler because of this, because of smallness. I suppose you'd be terrified that some contrary argument would come at you, if you claimed somebody's bigger or littler by a head, that, first of all, the bigger's bigger and the littlest littler by the same thing, and next, that the bigger's bigger by the head, which is small, and it's surely a monstrosity that somebody be big by something small. Or wouldn't you be terrified of these things? And Cebes, with a laugh, said, I sure would. Then wouldn't you be terrified, said he, to assert that 10 things are more than 8 by 2 and exceed them because of this cause but not by multitude and because of multitude? And that the double foot's bigger than the single one by half but not by bigness? For I suppose there's the same terror. Of course, he said. And what about this? When a 1 has been added to a 1 or has been divided up, wouldn't you beware of asserting that the addition or division is the cause of its becoming 2? And you'd shout big time that you don't know any other way each thing comes into being except by participating in the particular being of each form in which it participates, and that in these cases you don't have any other cause of its becoming 2 than its participation in the 2, and that whatever's going to be 2 must participate in this, and whatever's going to be 1, in the unit. But to these dividings and addings and other such fancy stuff you'd bid farewell, leaving them to others wiser than you to answer for. But you, in fright, as the saying goes, at your own 3 here and in the argument that follows, the unit, the 2, the 3, and so on, translate the Greek number words that may be transliterated as monad, dyad, triad, etc. These numbers are on a somewhat higher level than the numbers by which things are counted. Shadow and inexperience, holding tightly to that safe hypothesis, would, I take it, answer as we did. But if, on the other hand, somebody should hold tightly to the hypothesis taken all by itself, you'd bid him farewell and wouldn't answer until you'd considered the things that spring forth from that hypothesis, that is, whether in your view those things are consonant or dissonant with one another. And should you have to give an account of that hypothesis itself, you'd give it in just the same way, by hypothesizing in turn another hypothesis, whichever of the higher ones appeared best, until you came to something sufficient. And at the same time, you wouldn't smush things together, the way the debaters do, by conversing both about the beginning and what emerges out of it, if, that is, you wanted to discover something about the things that are. There's probably not even one argument or careful thought those people have about this matter, for they are so self-sufficient because of their wisdom that even though they confound all things together, they themselves are quite capable of being satisfied with themselves. But you, if in fact you're one of the lovers of wisdom, would, I suppose, do as I say. What you say is very true, said Simmias and Cebes together. Echecrates, by Zeus, Phaedo, a reasonable reply. For it seems wonderful to me how lucid that man made all this, lucid even to somebody who didn't have much of a mind. Phaedo, of course, Echecrates, and so it seemed to all who were present. Echecrates, and to us too who were absent but are listening right now. But now what was said after that? Phaedo, this, I think. Once all this had been granted him, and it was agreed that each of the forms was something and that everything else that has a share in them gets its name from these very things, here's what he asked next. Now if you say, yes, to all this, said he, then whenever you claim that Simmias is bigger than Socrates but littler than Phaedo, aren't you on those occasions asserting that both these things, bigness and smallness, are in Simmias? Tam. In any case, said he, you do agree, don't you, that the statement of Simmias exceeds Socrates doesn't, when it's put in those vis bclul like ueub laid factia td fue I do a pion doesn't by nature do any exceeding by this, by being Simmias and 3, but rather by the bigness he happens to have, nor again does he exceed Socrates because Socrates is Socrates, but because Socrates has smallness in relation to the other's bigness. True. Nor again is he exceeded by Phaedo in this, that Phaedo is Phaedo, but because Phaedo has bigness in relation to Simmias' smallness. That's so. So this is how Simmias, who's in the middle between both, gets the name for being small and for being big, by submitting his smallness to the bigness of the one for that one to exceed it, while supplying his bigness for the other's smallness to be exceeded by it. And at that point he said with a smile, I seem to be even on the verge of book speak, but it really is pretty much the way I'm describing it. He gave his assent. I'm saying all this for the sake of the following. I want the very thing that seems to me to be the case to seem so to you too, for it appears to me not only that bigness itself is never willing to be big and small at the same time, but also that the bigness in us never abides the small, nor is it willing to be exceeded. Instead, one of two things must happen. Either bigness must flee and get out of the way when its contrary, the small, advances towards it, or else it must already have perished by the time that smallness came near it. But what it's not willing to be is, by enduring and receiving smallness, other than what it was. So I, having received and endured smallness while still being just who I am this same small man, but that bigness, since it's big, hasn't dared to be small. And in the same way, the small that's in us isn't ever willing to become or be big, nor is any one among the contraries willing, since it's still the very thing it was, ever at the same time both to become and be its own contrary. Instead, it either takes off or else perishes in this experience. Altogether so, said Cebes, as it appears to me. And then one of those present, I don't remember for sure who it was, when he listened to this, said, by the gods, wasn't what we agreed to in the previous arguments the very contrary to the word we have translated as name, eponyncia, in this passage really means something more like a label or moniker. 5. The precise meaning of the adverb syngraphikos is unclear. It can mean, like a Gaze's book, or, with a prose style, or even, like a, legai, writ, in any Evonai, iis of what's now being said. Wasn't it that the bigger comes to be out of the littler and the littler out of the bigger and, simply, that this is the coming to be for contraries, out of contraries? But now it seems to me it's being said that this could never come to be. And Socrates had turned his head toward him and listened and now said, you've done a manly job of recalling that, however, you're not noticing the difference between what's being said now and what was said then. Then it was said that a contrary thing comes to be out of a contrary thing, but now it's being said that the contrary itself would never become contrary to itself, neither the one in us nor the one in nature. For then, my friend, we were speaking of things that have the contraries, and we named these things with the names of those contraries, but now we're speaking about those contraries themselves, which, being in the things named, give them their names. And we claim that those very contraries would never be willing to receive a coming to be from one another. And with that he glanced at Cebes and spoke, but you, Cebes, he said, I suppose none of what this man said shook you up. Did it? That's not my condition this time, said Cebes, although I don't say that many matters don't shake me up. Then we're agreed that this is simply the case, said he, that the contrary will never be contrary to itself. Altogether so, he said. Now consider, he said, whether you'll agree with me about this further thing too. Do you call something hot and something cold? I do. But do you call those very things snow and fire? No, I don't, by Zeus. But the hot is something other than fire, and the cold is something other than snow. Yes. But this, imagine, is what seems to you to be the case. Never will snow, while being snow, admit the hot, just as we said in the previous arguments, and any longer be the very thing it was, snow, and hot, but when the hot advances towards it, it will either give way to it or perish. Of course. And again, fire, when the cold advances towards it, will either get out from under or perish, but will not ever dare to admit coldness and still be the very thing it was, fire, and cold. What you say is true, he said. So it's the case, said he, about some things of this sort, that the form itself isn't the only thing worthy of the form's name for all time. There's also something else, something that is not that form but, whenever it is, always has the shape of that form. But perhaps what I mean will be still plainer in this example. I suppose the odd must always happen on this very name which we are now uttering, or not? Of course. Is this the only one of the things that are with this name? For that's what I'm asking, or is there something else, which is not the very thing the odd is, but which we must still, along with its own name, always call odd because its nature is such as never to abandon the odd? I mean how the three, for example, is affected, and many other things as well. Take a look at the three. Doesn't it seem to you that it must always be addressed both by its own name and by that of the odd, although the odd is not the very thing that the three is? It's not the very thing, but still the three is of this nature, and so is the five and, in all, half of number, although not the very thing the odd is, each of them is always odd. And again, take two things, and four, and the whole other row of number, although not the very thing the even is, still each of them is always even. Do you grant this or not? Why, of course, he said. Well then, he said, observe what I want to make clear. It's this. It's apparent those contraries aren't the only thing not to admit one another. There are also all those things which, not being contrary to one another, always contain contraries. Nor are these like things that admit whatever look is contrary to the look in them. Instead, whenever that look comes at them, they perish or give way. Or won't we claim that three things will sooner perish and suffer anything else, before they'll endure becoming even, while still being three? Certainly, said Cebes. And yet, said he, the two is surely not a contrary to the page. Of course not. Therefore it's not only contrary forms that don't endure coming at one another, but also certain other things don't endure contraries coming at them. What you say is very true, he said. Then do you want us to mark off, said he, the sort of things these are, if we can? Of course. Then Cebes, he said, wouldn't they be those things, each of which compels whatever it occupies to contain not only its own look but also and always the look of some contrary? How do you mean? In exactly the way we were speaking about it just now, for surely you know that it's necessary for whatever the look of the three occupies to be not only three things but also odd. Of course. And so, we assert, the look that's contrary to whatever shape works this effect would never approach such a thing. No, it wouldn't. And the odder shape worked this effect. Yes. And the shape contrary to this is that of the even. Yes. Therefore the look of the even will never reach three things. Certainly not. So three things have no part in the even. No part. Therefore the three is uneven. Yes. Well now, here's what I've been saying I'd mark off, the sort of thing which, though not contrary to something, still does not admit it, that is, does not admit the contrary. For example, the three just now, though not contrary to the even, does not for all that admit it, for the 3 always brings the contrary to bear against it, as does the 2 against the odd and fire against the cold, and as do a great many other things. Now see if this is how you'd mark it off. The contrary isn't alone in not admitting its contrary. There's also what brings some contrary to bear on thing that comes at it. In other words, there's the thing itself that brings some contrary to bear, which thing never admits the contrariety of the thing it brings its contrary to bear on. Go back and recollect. It does no harm to hear it often. 5 things won't admit the idea of the even, nor will 10, 5 doubled, admit the idea of the odd. Now 10 isn't itself contrary to anything, but nevertheless it won't admit the idea of the odd, nor will 1½ and other improper fractions, and again 1/2, 1/3, and all such simple fractions, admit the idea of the whole, if you follow me, and it seems this way to you too. Tt seems very much that way to me too, he said, and I do follow you. Then go back, he said, and speak to me from the beginning. And don't answer me with the term I used to pose the question, but by imitating me as follows. I now give an answer beyond the first one I spoke of, that safe one, since I see another safety coming out of what we're saying right now. If you should ask me what comes to be in the body by which that body will be hot, I won't give that safe and unlearned answer and say that it's hotness. Instead, I'll give the fancier one coming out of what we were discussing just now and say that it's fire. Nor when you ask, what comes to be in a body by which that body will be sick, will I say that it's sickness, but rather that it's fever. Nor when you ask what comes to be in a number by which that number will be odd, will I say that it's oddness, but rather that it's the unit, and so on for other things. But see if you now know sufficiently what I want to say. Entirely sufficiently, he said. Then answer, said he. What comes to be in a body by which that body will be living? Its soul, he said. And isn't this always the case? Why, of course, said he. Then does soul always come on the scene, bringing life to bear on whatever she herself occupies? Of course that's how she comes on the scene, he said. Is there some contrary to life, or isn't there one? There is, he said. What? Death. AE8 and Plato, now soul, as we've agreed from the previous arguments, won't ever at all admit the contrary of what she herself always brings to bear on something. That's surely the case, said Cebes. Well, that which doesn't admit the idea of the even, what were we just now naming it? Uneven, he said. And what doesn't admit the just, and whatever doesn't admit the musical? Unmusical, he said, and what's unjust? All right, he said, so what do we call whatever doesn't admit death? Undying, he said. And soul doesn't admit death? No. Therefore soul is something undying. Something undying. All right, he said, shall we claim that this has been demonstrated? Or how does it seem to you? Very sufficiently demonstrated indeed, Socrates. Then what about this, Cebes, said he. If it were necessary for the UN even to be imperishable, would three things be anything but imperishable? Why, of course not. Then if it were necessary that the UN hot be imperishable as well, whenever somebody brought hot upon snow, wouldn't snow slip away safe and unmelted? For surely it wouldn't have perished, nor again would it have endured and admitted hotness. What you say is true, he said. And in the same way, I imagine, if the UN cold were imperishable as well, whenever anything cold came at fire, it would never be extinguished or perish, but would take off and go, safe and sound. That's a necessity, he said. Percent from here to 107a we translate Athanates as UN dying, rather than deathless, to bring out the pairing of positive and negative contraries. Isn't it a necessity then, he said, to talk that way about the UN dying too? If the UN dying is also imperishable, it's impossible for soul to perish when death comes at her. For, from what has been said before, she won't admit death, nor will she have died, just as three things will not, as we said, be even, nor again will the odd, nor will fire or the hotness in the fire be cold. But, somebody might say, what prevents the odd, not from becoming even when the even comes at it? We agreed this couldn't happen, but rather from itself perishing when even has come into being in its place. We wouldn't be in a position to contend with somebody who made this point by saying that the odd doesn't perish, for the UN even isn't imperishable. If we had agreed on that, we could easily have contended that when the even came at them, the odd and three things take off and go away. And we could have made this contention about fire and hot and the rest, couldn't we? Certainly. So too now concerning the UN dying, if we agree that the UN dying is also imperishable, then soul, in addition to being undying, would be imperishable too, but if not, we'd need another argument. But we don't need it, he said, as far as that goes. For hardly anything else could fail to admit destruction if the UN dying, which is everlasting, will admit destruction. And the God, I think, said Socrates, and the form itself of life, and anything else, if it's UN dying, would be agreed by all never to perish. By all men of course, by Zeus, he said, but even more, as I think, by gods. Now since the UN dying is also indestructible, what else could hold but that soul, if she turns out to be APE, would be imperishable as well? It's a great necessity. Therefore when death comes at a human being, his death-bound part, as is likely, dies, but his UN dying part takes off and goes away safe and undestroyed, having gotten out of death's way. Apparently. Therefore more than anything else, Cebes, he said, it's the case that soul is an UN dying and imperishable thing and that our souls really will be in Hades. At any rate, Socrates, he said, don't have anything else to say against these claims, nor do I in any way distrust our arguments. But if Simmi is here or anybody else has something to say, he'd do well not to remain silent. I don't know to what better occasion somebody could put off the discussion than the one before us right now, if he wanted to say or hear something about such matters. To be sure, said he, Simmias, I'm certainly not in a position to be at all distrustful any longer, given what's being argued. And yet I'm compelled, both by the bigness of what our arguments are about, and because I hold our human weakness indigenous, to have some lingering distrust within myself concerning what's been said. Not only that, Simmias, said Socrates, what you say is good, but also our very first hypotheses, even if to all of you they are trustworthy, must nevertheless be looked into for greater surety. And if you sort them out sufficiently, you will, as I think, be following up the argument as much as it's possible for a human being to follow it. And should this very thing become sure, you'll search no further. What you say is true, he said. And yet, gentlemen, he said, it is just to keep this in mind, if the soul is indeed deathless, she's in need of care, not only for this time in which what we call being alive goes on, but for time as a whole, and the risk now would seem to be dreadful, if somebody is careless of his soul. For if death were freedom from time as a whole, it would be a godsend for bad men, who in death would be at once set free, along with the soul, from their body and their own vice. But now, since it's apparent that she's deathless, there'd be no other refuge for her from bad things nor any safety except for her to become as good and as thoughtful as possible. For the soul goes into Hades with nothing else except her education and nurture, which things are said to be of the greatest benefit or harm to the man who's met his end, right from the beginning of his journey there. Here's how it's told. After each man has met his end, the spirit of each, the very spirit assigned to him while alive, attempts to lead him into a certain region, a region where the dead, who've been collected together and who've submitted themselves to justice, must begin their journey to Hades, in the company of that guide who's been appointed toypultwipulplalsio. Alkivanami vegr tai yver counted there what they must encounter, and have stayed for the needed time. Another guide conveys them back here again over the course of many, and long, circuits of time. And consequently the journey is not as Aeschylus Telephus says it is. He claims that a simple path takes you to Hades, but to me it appears to be neither simple nor one, for there'd be no need of guides, since no one, I suppose, would stray anywhere if there were only one way. But as it stands, the way seems to have many branchings into 2 and also 3 ways. I say this taking my proof from the rites and lawful ceremonies practiced here. Now the soul that's both orderly and thoughtful follows along and isn't ignorant of her circumstances, but, just as I was saying before, the soul that's in a condition of desire for the body, once she's fluttered around her body and the visible region for a long time, goes off with much resisting and much suffering, led away by force and with difficulty by her appointed spirit. And as for the soul that arrives where the others are, the one that's impure and has done something impure, either by perpetrating unjust manslaughters or by bringing about some other things of this sort that happen to be akin to these and are deeds of kindred souls, every other soul flees this one and turns away from her, and is willing to become neither fellow journeyer nor guide. And she wanders around all by herself, lost in a state of total perplexity, until certain periods of times have passed, and, once they are over, she's carried under pain of necessity to the dwelling that's fitting for her. But the soul that's gone through life pure and sensible meets up with gods for fellow journeyers and guides, and each dwells in the region that befits her. And many and wondrous are the earth's regions, and earth itself is neither of the sort nor of the size it's held to be in the opinion of those who usually speak about earth, as I've been persuaded by somebody. And Simmias said, "What are you saying, Socrates?" "Of course, I've heard many things about earth myself, but not those things that persuade you, so it'd be a pleasure for me to hear." "Well, Simmias, it doesn't seem I'll need the art of Glaucus to recount what they are. But to show that they are true, that does appear to me too difficult for Glaucus' art. And perhaps I wouldn't be up to it, and along with that, even if I had the knowledge, it seems to me that my life, Simmias, isn't long enough for the argument. Nevertheless, as for what I've been persuaded the art of Glaucus, is a proverbial phrase to expertise. 2 may refer to Glaucus of Samos, who was said to be the inventor of welding. Look of the earth is like, as well as its regions, nothing prevents me from telling. But, said Simmias, even that's enough. Well then, I for my part, said he, have been first of all persuaded of this, if it's round and in the middle of the heaven, it doesn't need either the air or any other such compulsion in order 1094 not to fall. But the self-similarity of the heaven itself in every direction and the equilibrium of the earth itself are sufficient to hold it. For a thing that's in equilibrium and placed in the middle of something self-similar will be in no condition to incline more or less to either side, and being in a self-similar condition will stay put, uninclined. This, then, said he, is the first thing of which I've been persuaded. And rightly, too, said Simmias. And furthermore, he said, I'm persuaded that it's something very, very big, and that we who dwell in the parts from river phases to the Pillars of Hercules dwell in some small part of it around the sea, just as ants and frogs dwell around a swamp, and many others dwell elsewhere in many other regions of this sort. For everywhere, all over the earth, there are many hollows with all manner of looks and sizes, into which the water and the mist and the air have flowed together. But the earth itself is pure and situated in the pure heaven, the very heaven in which are see the stars, that many of those who usually talk about such things name ether. The water, mist, and air are the sediment of the ether and are forever flowing together into the hollows of the earth. Now we are unaware that we dwell in its hollows, and we think we dwell up top on the earth. It's just as if somebody who dwells in the midst of the bottom of the deep should think he dwells on top of the sea, and, because he sees the sun and the other stars through the water, should consider the sea to be the heaven, and since he'd never yet gotten to the surface of the sea because of his slowness and weakness, should neither have seen by emerging and leaping up out of the sea into our region here how much purer and more beautiful it happens to be than the region where his people dwell, nor should have heard from another who has seen it. Now that's how we too have been affected. For although we dwell in some hollow of the earth, we think we dwell up on 8 the Phaesis, a river in northern Asia Minor, was regarded as the eastern boundary between Europe and Asia. The Pillars of Hercules, hills guarding the modern Straits of Gibraltar, marked the western end of the Mediterranean Sea. Look of the earth is like, as well as its regions, nothing prevents me from telling. But, said Simmias, even that's enough. Well then, I for my part, said he, have been first of all persuaded of this, if it's round and in the middle of the heaven, it doesn't need either the air or any other such compulsion in order 1094 not to fall. But the self-similarity of the heaven itself in every direction and the equilibrium of the earth itself are sufficient to hold it. For a thing that's in equilibrium and placed in the middle of something self-similar will be in no condition to incline more or less to either side, and being in a self-similar condition will stay put, uninclined. This, then, said he, is the first thing of which I've been persuaded. And rightly, too, said Simmias. And furthermore, he said, I'm persuaded that it's something very, very big, and that we who dwell in the parts from river Phaesis to the Pillars of Hercules dwell in some small part of it around the sea, just as ants and frogs dwell around a swamp, and many others dwell elsewhere in many other regions of this sort. For everywhere, all over the earth, there are many hollows with all manner of looks and sizes, into which the water and the mist and the air have flowed together. But the earth itself is pure and situated in the pure heaven, the very heaven in which are see the stars, that many of those who usually talk about such things name ether. The water, mist, and air are the sediment of the ether and are forever flowing together into the hollows of the earth. Now we are unaware that we dwell in its hollows, and we think we dwell up top on the earth. It's just as if somebody who dwells in the midst of the bottom of the deep should think he dwells on top of the sea, and, because he sees the sun and the other stars through the water, should consider the sea to be the heaven, and since he'd never yet gotten to the surface of the sea because of his slowness and weakness, should neither have seen by emerging and leaping up out of the sea into our region here how much purer and more beautiful it happens to be than the region where his people dwell, nor should have heard from another who has seen it. Now that's how we too have been affected. For although we dwell in some hollow of the earth, we think we dwell up on 8 the Phaesis, a river in northern Asia Minor, was regarded as the eastern boundary between Europe and Asia. The Pillars of Hercules, hills guarding the modern Straits of Gibraltar, marked the western end of the Mediterranean Sea. Top of it, and we call the air heaven, thinking that because the stars travel in it, it's heaven. It's the same thing. Because of weakness and slowness we're not able to pass through to the outermost air. For if somebody should go to its surface or become winged and fly up, he'd leap up and take a look, just as fish here leap up out of the sea and see what's here. That's also how somebody might take a look at what's there. And if the nature in him was sufficient to endure seeing the sight, he'd recognize that that is what's truly heaven and the true light and what's truly earth. For this earth and the rocks and the whole region here are damaged and corroded, just as things in the sea are by brine, and in the sea nothing worth mentioning grows, and nothing, in a word, is perfect, but there are only caverns and sand and, wherever there's earth, monstrous mud and muck, nothing in any way whatsoever worthy of being compared to the beauties around us. But those beauties up there would in their turn appear to excel far more still those around us, for if it's a beautiful thing to tell a story, then, Simmias, it's also worth hearing what those things happen to be like that are on that earth beneath heaven. But surely, Socrates, said Simmias, it'd be a pleasure for us to hear this story. Well then, in the first place, my comrade, he said, they say the earth itself, if one should catch sight of it from above, looks just like those 12-piece leather balls, dappled, divided up into colors of which the colors here seem like samples that painters use. But up there the whole earth is made of such colors, indeed of colors still more splendid and pure than the ones here. For in one part it's purple and wondrous in beauty, in another it has the look of gold, and all the part that's white is whiter than chalk or snow, and in just the same way it's composed of other colors, indeed of colors still greater in number and more beautiful than all those we've seen. For even these very hollows of the earth, being filled with water and air, themselves provide a certain form of color as they glisten within the dappling of other colors, so that a single form of earth, continuous and dappled, makes its appearance. In this earth, in such earth, the things that grow, trees and flowers and fruits too, grow in like measure. And again in the same way, the mountains and the rocks have a proportionate smoothness and transparency and colors more shanty beautiful. Of these, the little rocks here that are precious, carnelians and jaspers and emeralds and all such things, fragments, and up there, there's nothing at all that's not of the same sort as the gems here, and even more beautiful. The cause of this is that those rocks there are pure and not eaten away and damaged, as are the rocks here by the rot and brine, by all that flows together and produces deformities and diseases in stones and earth and also in the various animals and plants. But the earth itself has been adorned by all these things, and moreover by gold and silver and again by other such things. For by nature they appear right out in the open, being great in multitude and big and all over the earth, so that the earth is quite a sight for happy sightseers. And there are many different animals upon it, and also human beings, some dwelling inland and others around the air, just as we dwell around the sea, and still others who dwell on islands around which the air flows and which are near the mainland. And, in a word, the very thing water and the sea are to us with respect to our needs, the air is to those up there, and what air is to us, the ether is to them. And the blending of their seasons is such that those people there are without disease and live a much greater span of time than people here, and in sight and hearing and thoughtfulness and in all such things, they stand apart from us in respect of purity by the very same interval by which air stands apart from water and ether from air. And in particular, they have both groves and temples for gods in which gods are really dwellers, and their utterances and prophecies and perceptions of the gods and all such forms of intercourse with gods come about for them face to face, and the sun and moon and stars are seen by them such as they really happen to be, and the rest of their happiness follows in the train of these things. Now such is the nature of the whole earth and of the things surrounding the earth. But within it, encircling the whole of it, there are many regions defined by hollows, some deeper and more spread out than the one in which we dwell, some deeper but not as gaping as the region near us, and then there are others that are shallower in depth than the one here and also broader. And all these regions are connected to one another underground in many directions by means of borings, some narrower and others wider, and the regions have passageways through which much water flows from the one into the others, just as into mixing bowls. And under the earth there are monstrous amounts of ever-flowing rivers and of waters hot and cold, and lots of fire and great rivers of fire, and many rivers of honeyed mud, both purer and muckier, just like those rivers of mud that flow ahead of the lava in Sicily and like the lava stream itself. By them each of these regions is replenished as the circulation happens to reach each one in turn. And it moves all these things to and fro, as though there were some sort of swing present within the earth. And this swing is there through some such nature as this: one of the gaps of the earth happens to be greatest in other respects and is also bored right through the whole earth. It's the one of which Homer speaks when he says very far off, where is the deepest pit beneath the ground. And elsewhere he and many others among the poets have called it Tartarus. For into this gap all the rivers flow together and flow back out of it again. And each of them becomes like whatever sort of earth it flows through. The cause of all the streams flowing out from here and flowing into there is that this liquid has no bottom or base. So it swings and surges to and fro, and the air and breath of wind around it do the same, for they follow along with the liquid both when it rushes on to the far side of the earth and to this side. And just as when people breathe, the breath, as it flows, is always breathed out and breathed in, so also there the breath, as it swings along with the liquid, brings about certain dreadful and monstrous winds as it goes in and out. So whenever the water recedes to the region called below, it flows into the beds of those streams there that flow through the earth and fills them just as irrigators do, and again, whenever the water falls off over there, while surging over here, then the streams here are filled in turn, and the filled streams flow through the channels and through the earth, and when they arrive at those regions toward which they are each making their way, they make seas and lakes and rivers and springs. And from there, as they sink again down into the earth, some going around regions wider and greater in number, others around regions fewer and narrower, they discharge back into Tartarus, some far below the point where they were irrigated and others only a little. But all flow in beneath their point of outflow. And some flow in directly opposite to where they rushed out, and some in the same part, and there are those that go around entirely in a circle, coiling themselves once or even many times around the earth just like snakes and, descending as low as possible, discharge back into Tartarus. and it's possible to drop down towards the center from either side, but not beyond. For the parts opposite are steep for both kinds of streams coming in from either side. Iliad 7:14. Now there are other streams, many and great and varied, but as it happens, there are among these many streams a certain four, of which the greatest and outermost that flows in a circle is called ocean. Directly opposite from it and flowing in the contrary direction is Akron, which flows through various desert regions and, as it flows underground, in fact arrives at the Acherusian lake. Here the souls of many who've met their end keep arriving, and after staying for certain allotted times, some longer, some shorter, are sent out again into the generations of the living. A third river discharges between these two, and near the discharge point it rushes out into a large region that burns with a great fire and so makes a lake, seething with water and mud, and bigger than our sea. From here, turbid and muddy, the river makes its way in a circle, and as it coils around the earth, it arrives, among other places, at the edge of the Acherusian lake, though it doesn't mix with its waters. And after coiling around many times underground, it discharges further down in Tartarus. This is the river they name Pyriphlegethon, whose torrents of lava in fact vent themselves in volcanic eruptions whenever it happens to reach the earth's surface, and again, directly opposite from this river, the fourth river is said to rush out first into a region dreadful and wild, and on the whole having a dark blue color, which region they name Stygian, and the lake that the river makes when it discharges, the Styx. And after it has rushed in here and taken on dreadful powers within its waters, it sinks beneath the earth and, as it coils around, makes its way in the direction contrary to the Pyriphlegethon and comes level with it on the other side of the Acherusian lake, and the waters of this river too mix with no others, instead this one as well, after going around in a circle, discharges into Tartarus opposite the Pyriphlegethon, and the name of this river is, as the poets say, Cocytus. And since such is the nature of these things, whenever those who've met their end arrive at the region where the Spirit conveys each of them, they first submit themselves to justice, both those who lived their lives nobly and piously, as well as those who didn't. And all who seem to have lived middling lives journey on foot as far as the Akron, embark on rafts reserved for them, and on these arrive at the lake. And there they dwell and, purified by paying the penalty for their unjust deeds, if one of them's done something unjust, are released, and they carry off honors for their good deeds, each man according to his worth. But all who seem to be in an incurable condition because of the magnitude of their misdeeds, people who perpetrated many and great sacrileges or unjust manslaughters and many crimes, or whatever else happens to be of that sort, these a fitting destiny casts into Tartarus, from which there is no exit. And all who seem to have done misdeeds curable although great, for example, those who've practiced some violence against father or mother under the influence of anger and live out the rest of their lives in repentance, or those who became homicides in some other such way, these of necessity rush into Tartarus. And after they've rushed in and have been there for 1 year, the surge discharges them, the homicides down along Cocytus, and the parricides and matricides down along Pyriphlegethon. And whenever, as they are swept along, they draw level with the Acherusian lake, at that point they raise a cry and call out, some to those they've slain, others to those against whom they've committed outrages, and once they've called out, they supplicate and entreat these people to let them go forth into the lake and to receive them. And whenever they do persuade them, they go forth and cease from their evils, but if they don't, they are swept once more into Tartarus and from there again into the rivers, and they don't stop suffering all this until they persuade those to whom they did injustice, for this is the judgment imposed on them by their judges. But all who seem to have distinguished themselves in leading a holy life, it is they who are liberated and set free from these regions here within the earth, as though from prisons, and who, arriving at their pure dwelling up top, dwell on the surface of the earth. And of these people, the ones who've been sufficiently purified by philosophy live without bodies for all time to come, and they arrive at dwellings still more beautiful than these others, dwellings that aren't easy to reveal. Nor is there sufficient time at present. But now, because of early we've described, Simmias, we should do everything so as to partake of virtue and thoughtfulness in life. For beautiful is the prize, and the hope great. Now to insist that all this holds in just the way I've described it, isn't fitting for a man with any mind. Nevertheless, that this or something like it is the case regarding our souls and their dwellings, since it's apparent that the soul is in fact something deathless, does seem to me both fitting to insist on and worth the risk for one who thinks it so, for a noble risk it is. And he should sing, as it were, incantations to himself over and over again, and drawn out the story for so long, yes, it's bis equals cause of this that a man should be confident on behalf of his own soul, the man, that is, who in his life bade farewell to the other body-related pleasures and ornaments as something alien to him, considering them more likely to do him harm than good, and who seriously pursued the learning-related pleasures, and who, having adorned his soul not with something alien but with the soul's own adornment, moderation and justice and courage and freedom and truth, awaits the journey to Hades like one who means to journey whenever fate should call. Now you, Simmias and Cebes and you others, he said, will each make the journey hereafter at a certain time. But me destiny calls anon, as a man in a tragedy might declaim, and the hour for me to turn to the bath is nearly come. For surely it seems better to drink the potion after bathing and not to give the women the trouble of bathing a corpse. Now when he said that, Crito said, all right, Socrates, but what last instructions do you have for these others or me, either about your children or about anything else? Is there anything at all we could do for you by way of a special favor? Just what I'm always telling you, Crito, he said, nothing very novel. By caring for yourselves, you'll be doing whatever you do as a favor to me and to mine and to yourselves, even if you don't agree to anything now. But if you're careless of yourselves and aren't willing to live, as it were, in the footsteps of the things said now and in the time before, no matter how many agreements you may make at present, and how emphatically, you won't be doing much. Then we'll put our hearts into doing as you say, he said. But in what way shall we bury you? However you want to, he said, if, that is, you catch me and I don't get away from you. And with a serene laugh and a glance in our direction, he said, I'm not persuading Crito, gentlemen, that I am this Socrates, the one who is now conversing and marshalling each of our arguments. Instead, he thinks I'm that one he'll see a little later as a corpse and so asks how he should bury me. And as for the long argument I've been making from way back, that when I drink the potion I shall no longer remain here with you but shall be off and gone to all sorts of happiness among the blessed, to him I seem to be merely talking and telling encouraging tales at once to you and to me. So give a pledge for me before Crito, he said, the pledge contrary to the one he made before the judges. For he swore that I would iuia, duiao your you. Give a pisage iaici by 110 de gills remain here when I die, but shall be off and gone, so that Crito may bear it more easily and, as he sees my body being either burnt or buried, won't make a fuss over me because he thinks I'm suffering dreadfully, nor say at the funeral that he's laying out Socrates, or carrying him to his grave or burying him. For know this well, my excellent Crito, said he, that not to speak in a fine way not only strikes a false note in itself, but also makes for something bad in our souls. Instead, you should be confident and declare that you're burying my body, and you should bury it just as seems agreeable to you and as you think is most in accordance with custom. When he had said this, he got up to go into a sort of chamber to bathe, and Crito followed him and kept telling us to wait behind. So we waited, conversing among ourselves and examining closely what had been said, and then again going through our misfortune, how great it would be, since we simply believed that we'd spend the rest of our life just like orphans robbed of their father. But when he'd bathed and his children had been brought to him, 2 of his sons were small, and 1 big, and when those women who belonged to his household had arrived, then once he'd conversed with them in front of Crito and had given the instructions he wished to, he told the women and children to go away, and he himself came to us. And it was already close to the setting of the sun. He'd spent much time within. Once he had come, he sat down, freshly bathed, and after this not many things were discussed. And the servant of the 11 came and stood by him and said, Socrates, I certainly won't pass the same judgment on you that I pass on others. They get angry with me and curse me when I order them to drink the potion under the compulsion of the officials. But as for you, during this time I've come to recognize you as the noblest and gentlest and best man among those who've ever arrived here. What's more, I know well that you're angry not with me but with those others, for you recognize who's responsible. So now, for you know what I came to report, farewell and try to bear these necessities as easily as possible. And bursting into tears as he turned around, he began to walk away. And Socrates, as he glanced up at him, said, Farewell to you, too, and we'll do as you say. And with that he said to us, how civilized that human being is. Indeed, throughout my whole time here he used to visit me and sometimes used to converse with me, and you're a chastest of men, and now see how nobly he weeps for me. But come now, Crito, let us be persuaded by him, and if somebody bring in the potion, if it's been concocted, and if it hasn't been, let the man concoct it. And Crito said, but Socrates, I think there's still sun on the mountains and it hasn't set yet. Also, I know that others drink very late, long after the order comes to them, and after they've dined and drunk very well, and even after some have had intercourse with anyone they happen to desire. So don't hurry, there's still a ways to go. And Socrates said, it's reasonable for those you mention, Crito, to do these things, they suppose they profit by doing them, and it's reasonable that I won't. For I don't think I'll profit at all by drinking a little later, except, of course, to make myself a laughingstock in my own eyes by clinging to life and being stingy with it when there's nothing more left. So come on, he said, be persuaded and don't act otherwise. And Crito, when he heard this, nodded to the boy who was standing nearby. And the boy, after he'd gone out and spent a long time away, came back bringing the one who was to give the potion, which he carried, already concocted, in a cup. When Socrates saw the man, he said, all right, best of men, since you're one who has knowledge of these things, what should I do? Nothing, he said, other than drink and walk around until you get heavy in the legs and then lie down, and the potion will act of itself. And with that, he extended the cup to Socrates. And having taken it, and very graciously too, Socrates, without the least tremor and without any falling off in his color or expression, but instead, looking up from under his brows at the man with that bull's look that was so usual with him, he said, what do you say to pouring somebody a libation from this drink? Is it allowed, or not? Socrates, he said, we concoct only so much as we think is the right dose to drink. L'understand, said he, but I suppose I am allowed to, and indeed should, pray to the gods that my emigration from here to there may turn out to be a fortunate one. That's just what I'm praying for, and may it be so. And with these words he put the cup to his lips and downed it with great readiness and relish. Now up to that point, most of us had been fairly able to keep ourselves from weeping. But when we saw that he was drinking indeed, that he had drunk, we could do so no longer. In spite of myself, my own tears poured forth in torrents, so that I hid my face and bewailed my loss, for it was not him I bewailed, oh no, but my own misfortune. To be robbed of such a man for a comrade. Crito got up and left even before I did, since he couldn't keep back his tears. But Apollodorus, who hadn't stopped weeping even during the whole time before, at that moment really let loose with such a storm of wailing and fussing that there wasn't a single one of those present whom he didn't break up, except, of course, Socrates himself. And that man said, what are you doing, you wonders? Surely this wasn't the least of my reasons for sending the women away, so they wouldn't strike such false notes. For I've heard too that one should meet one's end in propitious silence. So be still and control yourselves. And when we heard this, we grew ashamed of ourselves and held back our weeping. He walked around, and when he said his legs had gotten heavy, he lay down on his back. That's what the man told him to do, and with that, the one who'd given him the potion laid hold of him and, after letting some time elapse, began examining his feet and legs, and then gave his foot a hard pinch and asked him if he sensed it. He said, no, and again, after that, his thighs. And going upward in this way, he showed us that he was growing cold and stiff. And he himself touched him and said that when it came to his heart, at that point he'd be 118 gone. And the parts about his lower belly had already nearly grown cold when he uncovered himself, for he had covered himself, and said what was to be the final thing he uttered. Crito, he said, we owe a cock to Asclepius. So pay the debt and don't be careless. Very well, it shall be done, said Crito, but see if you have anything else to say. When he asked him this, he no longer answered. But after he let a little time elapse, he moved, and the man uncovered him, and he composed his countenance, and when Crito saw this, he closed his mouth and his eyes. This was the end, Echecrates, of our comrade, as it came to pass, a man, as we may say, who was, among those of that time we'd come up against, the best and, yes, the most thoughtful and the most just a tad, ain't a no.